The heck is going on? Are we back? I think we're back. Seems like we're back. Magic. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Andre. My Streamlabs just decided to like kind of disconnect itself. I hope that doesn't happen again. I was having a bit of issues while setting up the stream where like some of my web pages were also slow at loading for some reason. Maybe they're doing something in the area, I have no idea. But I do see that we're back now. Yeah, magic. Okay, well let's try this again then. So gotta harvest some wood in Sandy South, which is the map that we're active on right now. 104 population, jeez. But we do have an upgrade 10 buildings in Coast Bridge objective too that we can probably sort of churn out real quick. So instead of going on and completely... Oh, my game crashed. Wow. This day is like starting really well. All I literally did was start a fucking new area. Maybe it didn't like that I minimized the game while it was loading because I need to check on something. Yeah, it's working great. It's the best day of the week. Oh well, that's not gonna get me down. As long as it stops doing weird shit, we're gonna be fine. Okay, let's try this again. Coast Bridge. Also, I've got a little bit of an itchy nose today, so I might spontaneously erupt in like a sneeze. Yeah. But you know what will get you down? What will get me down? A lot of things are gonna get me down. I actually got a little bit sad yesterday. As a matter of fact, broken kneecaps. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna argue that, no. You're definitely right on that. What a way. But I do have some unfortunate news that actually I know you would be interested in hearing too. In case you hadn't already. Yesterday I was in Capitolamia stream and I wasn't aware about it, but geez, that phlegm in the freaking throat making it hard to speak. At least speak clearly. But anyways, so I was in Cap's stream yesterday and he broke to me the news that Puppeteer for RimWorld is not being updated anymore. At least not in a by brains anymore. He said in a recent stream. Actually, maybe I should just switch the hotkey to this button. Can I do that? No, I cannot. That is not a legal key. This is a legal key. Nice. Using the tilde key. But yeah, Puppeteer's not being oh, that button doesn't actually work. Okay. My apologies. I'm trying to get this freaking auto clicker working. I'm trying to think what key I can use. Control plus. I didn't even press down control. What the hell? Oh, okay. So if you do any of those buttons, it has to be a combination. What about this key? Side buttons on my mouse? No? Okay. What else can we think of? Because the reason why I have it on the C key is because it's right there. But obviously, that's... Okay, I can do Control C. That might work. Because the thing about having it just straight on the C key is that it's a little bit intrusive when I need to do stuff on like a browser. But yeah, to get back on track, Puppeteer is not being updated anymore. Brains went on to his stream at some point and said that due to 1.3, updating it to that would take him like 60 some hours, I believe. Cap has shared like a or someone shared a what do you call it, a Twitch clip of it on his Discord. Let's see if I can find it. And I happen to come across. And there we go. I'll actually share that on my own Discord as well. Oh, that was in the wrong place. I did that in the freaking Minecraft section. Let's put it in RimWorld. I'll also put it here for you. But yeah, so basically, unless like he's trying to make it available to someone, like to other people. So if someone else wants to pick up the mantle for continuing Puppeteer, then that would be a possibility. But like, there are other reasons too, and I totally understand that myself. As he says, he was paying like $20 a month to have the server for Puppeteer running too, so you know, it was happening at his own expense. And I assume between like the insane workload, including, you know, running costs and everything, it would just not be feasible to go and spend the time doing all that. And at the end of the clip, he also starts going into some stuff that obviously isn't covered, but it does sound from that he's also focusing on like he's got all the other mods that he's also working on that are pretty substantial in like their implementation. So, you know, it would be a lot of work to get all those up and running properly again. As he said, like something along the lines that they've gone into maintenance mode, so. And I believe that's kind of the general story with a lot of modders out there. To no surprise, I mean, modding does take up a lot of time. And very frequently, creating workshop content doesn't really pay off in return. And even when it does, it doesn't pay off enough in terms of, like, in relation to how much effort has been put into the actual, you know, into the mods themselves. So I definitely understand. Doesn't mean that it isn't still unfortunate though. Okay, let's, while we're here, we might as well send some extra things across. Yeah, we are doing daily deliveries. Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't really surprised that the person behind Harmony would be like of older generation, given the, what do you call it, quality of Harmony professionalism and everything else behind it, including like you know, the experience required in order to make something like that be as universally applicable, because harmony patches are not just a thing for RimWorld. It's used you know, for other games as well. So he's a pretty important figure when it comes to the modding scene. In case you're unaware, harmony is like, I can easily explain it, I suppose, or fastest way of explaining it is that it allows you to patch into other mods without like tearing the game apart, and it gives you like an universal framework to do that in, since it's applicable to other games as well. What it would be around like 30. Well, there you go, you learn something new. But yeah, I mean, Brains has done more than just harmony. He's done like a lot of other really big mods out there, and not just big mods, but also very useful ones. And I can imagine, like, for instance, he's the person behind the Achtung mod, right? The one that lets you do drag selections, or, well, not drag selections, but like drag out formations and stuff. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is that that was implemented into RimWorld, right? The drag to place units feature was implemented directly in, so that's just one example of where he, you know, would need to make some changes in order to not screw around with what's now default in RimWorld, I assume. Could be wrong, but that's what I would imagine, at least. Okay, so on this map we're just doing a little bit of small stuff here and there just to complete the objective, and also slight improvements to the infrastructure so our villagers here are more efficient. But it's not really like we need to do much here other than just wait a little, hang out a little bit while those buildings are upgraded. We can send way more water bottles across the sandy south while we're at it too. And I'll actually see if I can't find the rations. There we go. Because I seem to recall that we upgraded our cooking capabilities here by just like assigning way more people here. I don't know if it might be worth having some kitchens up here too, both to increase like our ability to assign more cooks, but also like to have some cooks that are closer to where the source of food is. But yeah, we needed to upgrade a total of 10 buildings, and I believe it's just upgraded or rather it's like upgrade buildings 10 times, so it doesn't mean that you need to fully upgrade like 10 individual buildings, and we might even have done enough at the time. Okay, I'm just gonna mute for a sec. Okay, back. We're not quite done yet, it seems, though. Have the mods for the next RimWorld run been updated? Well, considering I was going to be using waiting for Puppeteer as well, there's going to be a slight change in plans on what we'll be running, because obviously I can't do magic. Because you can't even do 1.2 anymore, like 1.2 Puppeteer, because he also took down the website because, he can't update it to the newest one, which is what everyone's going to be playing anyways. There's hardly any reason to have Puppeteer around. But I have been, you know, gradually checking up on the workshop to see how everything is going. And like the RimWorld of Magic has been updated to 1.3, and some of the submods have also been updated to 1.3, so that's going. The main thing though is that I still want to do my own ores mod before I start the next colony, and due to the retexture mod I did, which, did I tell you as well? Have you seen that I finished that? Just another plug for my own thing, I guess. I saw that, yeah. So for anyone else is interested, here it is. But yeah, because I got sidetracked with that, I haven't worked on the actual thing I need for the run. So, oh, you suggested it to a friend. Thanks. Do you think it looks good enough? Because there are some things in there that I haven't tested yet. I usually run with a mod that allows you to like, it changes how textures in RimWorld get loaded in, and I have noticed that with like the compacted machinery, parts of the texture actually come out almost green due to the compression of the images when you're playing the game in vanilla. Which is a bit annoying because it's not, you know, the source images don't have a slight amount of green in them other than, you know, whatever little green might be used for getting the color, like the brown color. But the compression just makes it so that there's like a bit of artifacting going on. And yeah, I don't know if like using one of those that aforementioned mod might fix it. Haven't tried it. But yeah, I'm still a little bit unsure about the ore speckles on the ores, if they look okay or not, because they're made a little bit differently than the vanilla ones. So they show up much brighter in color than in vanilla, including the fact that well, yeah, just mainly that actually. I think the density of ore speckles on my texture is also higher, so it seems like it's easier to tell apart when there's an ore and when there's a rock, which is like a good thing, I guess, for people that have a hard time keeping like telling them apart. But it might also be like a bit too much for some. I don't know, what do you think, Andre? Does the ore density in my retexture look okay? Because I know, like, when I painted the compacted machinery one, I also came to the conclusion that they were like, looks good to you. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have like a second opinion multiple times when making something that's graphical, because what's subjectively looks good to you might not subjectively look good for to someone else. And I did want to make it like not just for myself after all, so out of natural causes, okay. So like you know, asking around is definitely a good idea to figure that stuff out. But it did take a long time, way longer than I expected it would. I was actually thinking, oh, this is maybe gonna take like, you know, 2 days to do at most. And it ended up taking freaking 3 weeks. Time in which I could have spent, you know, working on the ores mod and we would have been ready. Yeah. I actually have Should I put a teaser? Do you want a teaser for that stuff on the Discord? I can put a teaser up for the ores mod actually. Because it's more than just Bananite. Do I want to do that? Do you guys deserve a teaser? Because I already took screenshots for... Would you like Bananite? Bananite. But yeah, I do already have the... What do you call it? Workshop pictures or screenshots taken and stuff. And labeled as well. Well, I guess you kind of already saw the list at some point, so it's not too much news. But yeah, why not? I'll put up like some teasers. It is gonna be like 3 separate mods though, so that because like as you can probably tell if you go and look on the Discord, which for those that are not on the Discord, there's like a link either on my, like you can find it in a myriad of places, like it's on my fucking channel. And if you write in !Discord on in my chat, you can also find it that way. But anyway, so on there I share like everything that I do modding related, and if you want to get like more like of a heads up whether or not I'll be streaming on certain days, that's kind of like where you'll get the most information and stuff. But, you know, it's mostly just for building community stuff. So, you'll find community servers there if we're running any. You'll find cheesy memes all over the place and just people sharing weird stuff. I'm surprised you didn't actually notice that one on the earlier screenshots from the Google Drive document I shared. But yeah, those free screenshots, they represent the 3 different mods that are gonna be. So if you only want the ores in one of those screenshots, then you can filter out the rest basically. Since you know, as you can tell, some of those screenshots or some of those ores are kind of inspired by people in chat that have been around for a while and supporting me through RimWorld when we were playing that 1.2 colony, that is. So I thought I would do some fun stuff with it and make some inspired stuffs. And yeah, there's actually more than that. Or rather, one group of ores is not people, but something else. Okay, I'm sending a lot of people across now. Where are our cooks again? So they've got like 20 here. Kind of want to get those up to max. But yeah, I haven't quite gotten around to like the thing that I need to do before it's ready is that I need to balance out all the stats. So all the visual elements, well, I'm saying all the visual elements, there's no graphs, like unique graphics for all the ores. I used like a generic one and then I just pasted in the corresponding colors for each ore, just so that I can get it in working shape, because, you know, textures don't really have any functionality, and I can always do that later if the interest for it is there. But I did want to have some more ore variety when we play the next colony. But in order to have that ore variety do something functional, I need to figure out all the stats first. And that's kind of, you know, where I'm at. So until I figure out all the stats and get it tested out for a little bit, then it's not going to be ready. Well, Andre, actually I was thinking more for defensive, because I'm gonna go a little bit on the route of the fantasy metals mod, but I'm not gonna go as overkill on their stats. And the resources are not necessarily going to be explicitly best in their category, because you can actually in the ores put in negative modifiers, I found out. So you can actually have a ore that, for instance, is good for use as like a melee weapon, but bad to use as like a I don't know, a blunt weapon, or for certain resistances or heat insulation. So you can do trade-offs rather than say like they're generically good but explicitly good in like one thing. You can say that, oh, they're like, you know, better than average in one category, but and maybe good in like some other use cases, like generically good, but then maybe worse in some third categories, so that there's a bit more balancing going on. Also to make it more like, you know, you don't just buy adamantite for all your structures because it's the best for durability. So and I was thinking like some of the things I, for instance, would do is bananite would be like a slippery metal or something, so it would be good for door opening speeds, but as a result it would be bad to use for weapons, or worse to use for weapons in terms of attack speed, because it's harder to handle or something like that. Just as an example. Andrium might be the same, where it might be do like slightly better than average for weapons, best used for armor, but if you use it for weapons, your attack speed might also be impacted because it's a heavy metal or something. So, because the problem with the fantasy metals one is that, oh, adamantite gives you what, 800% durability increase. Like nothing can compete with it, and normally it's not an issue because, you know, you don't get like virtually infinite amounts. It's just because of TTK that it's that extreme in our case, in our situation. So calling me heavy, no, there's a difference. It's like, you know, calling someone thick. You're either you're not really saying that they're fat, right? So it's like on the heavier side in a good way. I was missing. Yeah, I'm just taking it to the next level. So it's also like, I guess it's like, you know, you're tanky more than anything else. I mean, your pawn was virtually unkillable in the last colony, so... And I don't even know if it was virtually, you might actually just straight up have been unkillable. Thick-boned. Yeah. So I wanted to do something fun with the ores too, make them all themed. And of course I'm gonna work in the rarities, and I want to balance out their wealth costs a bit more, because I felt that even though adamantite on the other one was kind of like grab resources. Okay, we can do that quickly too. Ooh, fertility is nice. But yeah, because even though adamantite was like more expensive than you know, regular steel, it wasn't really an issue with TTK, because, you know, the main reason why it had that increased value through the mod was because, well, it's also rare, so it's hard to acquire, so it doesn't really have that situation with TTK. And yeah, I kind of want to make those ores like work well with TTK. Obviously, don't also want to do it so that you can't buy it in a caravan because it's like super expensive, or it adds like ridiculous amounts of wealth to your colony without doing you much good. So go a little bong with TTK. Yeah, I mean, that's also why I tried to control it a little bit when we're doing the last colony, by implementing all the tech restrictions and all that stuff, because, you know, it's like I said several times over, trying to explain it to people that sure, I could allow you to, like, you know, your pawn to equip the best weapons that are in the mod pack, which would be spacer technology, but then there would be like even less of a challenge than there already was, and doesn't really suit like a playthrough where you're trying to like progress. I think that kind of, you know, completely open store approach on the TTK front is better suited if you're doing a playthrough where, like, say as a streamer, you're saying, oh, okay, I'm not gonna invest any like resources or time in like managing my inventory and stuff, so you guys get to buy all the things for our colony that we need, and then we'll do like a nomadic playthrough or something. Could also be so that instead of being dependent on like settling down, you would do like, you would be dependent on the TTK store and viewers in order to survive, basically. But that would be a very different style of play. Ooh, 10% damage resistance. That's actually really good, because this affects our golems as well. Mushu's barrier. Okay, so now I think we can go back to Sandy South and harvest the wood and continue on. Friend has a mod that has some super good equipment. You think Glitter World stuff? Yeah, it's Glitter Tech, probably. Material called Atom Machinery, and a trader came to our base with 1,000 of it, so we just shanked him because it's the best material in the game. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, with the overpowered mods, you can just, like with Glitter Tech, with how the traders work, you only get penalized for taking down like the individual people, and it doesn't scale with whatever they have in stock, so you don't get penalized for stealing their stuff, basically. Which kind of breaks the balance of that whole thing a little bit, since normally it would, like, you know, restrict you accordingly. And as I said, like, it's also why when doing my own ores mod, like finishing it up, I don't want to go too overboard with the stats. Especially because looking at the texture, the screenshot, sorry, you can see that there's quite a lot of them in there, like a different ores. So if I did end up making one ore, like, you know, significantly superior to anything else that's in those mods, you know, it would make like most of it obsolete if I didn't balance it out some way. And I don't think rarity is the way to go. Because again, like even if it's hard to acquire through digging up, in a regular playthrough, if you're persistent, you can just travel between colonies and buy it there. It's still rare, but you can force it in ways. Then you made 2 long swords out of it. No halberds. I guess you didn't have like the vanilla expanded stuff in there. Yeah, only basic stuff. Speaking of vanilla expanded though, that's another thing that I will also be trying to filter out from the next playthrough, since a lot of the vanilla expanded stuff contain like things that, like majority of things that they contain are for industrial and up, along with everything else, but you know, there's no point in installing like the vanilla expanded securities pack if it's only for the sake of getting, you know, a ballista and a catapult, when it also includes like, when that only makes up like 10% of the mod. So I don't know. It's one of the, I haven't looked into it yet. We might be able to, because that's vanilla expanded apparel, I believe. But the thing is, there is this other mod out there now, which we'll be using instead of a lot of things. The game can handle itself. I'll just see if I can find it. It's been trending, so it's not too perspective trees. Yeah, there's this modder out there called Alchemist that's been doing like all these weird ass mods. Like the person's taken up the open the windows mod. It's like made perspective doors so that the doors that are vertically aligned, they look correct from the perspective. A bunch of other stuff. Okay, so it's not trending right now anymore. Interesting. Let's see. There it is. Medieval overhaul. Remetallized. Oh. It's not the one that I was looking for. It's this one. Medieval overhaul, and if you look into it, it adds like so many things in there. Including weapons and armor, so it doesn't seem like they have their own halberd, but they have like a long axe kind of thing. Oh wait, never mind, they do have like a couple of polearms. No halberd though. Several bows, friggin' crossbows, and they also have chain, plate armor and stuff. Yeah, well the thing is actually, the upgrade stuffs, there's someone who made like a mod called stuffable vanilla armor or something, so that you can actually make at least the vanilla things, so marine armor, cataphract armor, even flak pants and vests and all that stuff becomes stuffable, so that you can make it out of different materials. The only thing is though that even though that is the case, you would still need like one for all the Rimsnell armors, since, you know, that was a pretty significant part of the space tier in the last mod pack. But as you say, like, shouldn't be like affected by it in the next run, because everything should be stuffable. And I've also, this is not the only one, there's going to be a lot of different equipment based mods in there, so you'll have more than enough choices. But that medieval overhaul one is the most significant one that I would like to mention, because, as I said, and you can see, like, the amount of stuff that it adds in is just insane. Let's make like a key shack. Yeah. It also changes like production chains apparently, which is something I also need to test out with my own mod to see how that works. Because as it says, mineable veins now drop raw ores, which can be smelted at a furnace to acquire their respective ingots. The furnace can only be fueled with coal. Yeah, so it's basically, there's a mod, I did notice there's a remetallized mod that adds like components and steel and stuff to the environment again. Because apparently this one, this medieval overhaul, removes compacted machinery and steel from the map. Similar to the materials expanded mod. So I assume it means that it might even replace the you know, materials expanded mod entirely in terms of like, you know, iron to steel production and all that stuff. Well, we can use components. You never know if there's like a weird ass mod out there that makes use of components. You can also sell them, but you're right. We shouldn't be needing components at least. But even it being magic, you never know. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it, at least. But because there's also like I've got a mod in the list somewhere that adds and that's why I need to spend like a good few days figuring out the contents of the mod pack, because I also want to avoid duplicate stuff. Since there is a mod that adds like a medieval chemistry bench, right? But the thing is, if this medieval overhaul mod does the same, then, you know, you would have like a duplicate in there. And I want to avoid that as much as possible. Do you want to get started on some StreamRaiders? Because I've got that ready and rearing to go. Doesn't really matter which map we do. You don't really play it. Well, I'll start it up anyways. Because it's about an hour now, so I think that's where we want to be. And it tends to be more active with people in the weekends, so. My nose is like so congested these days for some reason. Probably because it's getting colder outside. But then again, like, I technically have this in the mornings, especially if I end up like doing a lot of talking early in the day. Okay, so we can already start putting down some of these. Let's push the corruption in a little bit further. Yeah, I've got transitions now as well on my stream. I don't know why I never set those up, but I have them now. It was like a super easy thing to set up too, but I just happened to like look around Streamlabs OBS a little bit today. Here we go. So this is why towers in this game suck. You see all these enemies? Well, all of those enemies spawn out of this corrupted graveyard because one unit decided to bash it with like a melee attack or ranged attack or any kind of attack. Which means that in order to take them down, you need like more units that then spawn out, you know, present whenever these enemies spawn in. Or more than enough towers to quickly deal with the enemies and then subsequently deal with the building. Because there's a small cooldown, but for like spawning new enemies in, but it's kind of short. Which means that let's just say you don't get a large enough window to actually take them out with towers, I feel. It just ends up spawning in more enemies, and then you're like stuck in a, you know, a death spiral basically. Where you end up spending all your, like if you're not well enough prepared, and say you've only got one tower attacking, you might end up in a death spiral where you're spending all your time and resources taking out the enemy units and not making any progress on actually gaining ground, because it's become like a battlefield, like an ongoing battlefield where units will perpetually spawn in and the building will basically be, you know, never be destroyed because your villagers are focusing, or your golems or whatever towers are spending all their time focusing down those enemies rather than the buildings. It's not a good place to be. I've tried it many times, and it's kind of why I decided to try and do a different meta for the game. So hence the whole building golems instead of towers strategy, because towers just make the game harder for yourself. Even if you were to use the towers defensively, they are actively making it harder for you. But that's, you know, because of other reasons. The main reason for making it harder is that when you build towers defensively, you're spending your build budget, right? Because you have a build limit. And that prevents you from expanding fast enough. You have no idea how this game works. Okay, so the general gist is that you have your village, colony, settlement, whatever you want to call it, with all your villagers. They have some basic needs, so they need to eat food, they need to drink water, and they also have energy, and are also affected by a body temperature. They also need to socialize, and then they have like a limited lifespan. Their stats are distributed into strength and dexterity, and those affect like how fast they work and how much damage they deal, etc. So the general idea is that on this map is that when you start out, you put down your main building and you gradually build up your economy by building lumber shacks so that you can assign people on the left here into becoming lumberjacks, which means that if we look on lumberjacks here, you can see, gives you a brief description of what they do and what they like sort of can do in terms of resource distribution. So they can harvest wood to be stored, and then they can also store wood and silk into different buildings, and then they use axes as tools. Now when you start the game, a new map, you only have access to builders, right? And they are more like universally applicable, so they can build and harvest resources to build certain things with, but they only harvest things when absolutely necessary. So the idea is that you start specializing your workforce into different tasks, and you know, eventually make like stone cutteries so that you can process the stone into more advanced resources for higher tier buildings and upgrades. And while you're building up your economy, on day 2 the corruption spawns in as like your enemy, and they always spawn in sort of opposite of wherever you settle down, right? Because I could have built up in this top left corner here, no problem. Then the enemy would just maybe have spawned in between all these rocks down here, making it harder for me to deal with. But the general idea is that it's like a survival game where each night the enemy will send units towards you, and the more ground around their area is corrupted, the more enemies are going to spawn, because they're going to spawn in more of these buildings, and these buildings spawns units in. So you want to sort of deal with the corruption as quickly as possible, and the way you do that is that in order to prevent them from spreading further, building buildings such as these fire pits, but any building really, will produce this corruption resistance field, which is all this green stuff when I have this filter layer on. So more advanced buildings will produce a larger field or AoE effect, and smaller, more simple buildings like these fire pits do like a relatively simplified, like a smaller area. Still pretty good though. And as you can see, the corruption slowly reverts back into what it used to be. So the idea is that you gradually like choke the corruption down, and as you progress inwards, you can also take out these buildings, for instance. Because I can't, like, I've got this fire flame spell up here, which is like an AoE fire thing in a 5x5, but I can't use it in their corrupted area because I have no power. But I can use it inside or outside anywhere else. So as long as I'm using it on like a tile that's not corrupted, I can burn down their buildings to clear them out, which is also part of my meta, but there are other ways you can do that too. And normally, because as I said, it's a survival game, you would be building like all these different types of towers. Like you have ballistic towers that have insane range, slow fire rate, high damage. Bow towers, which is like a simple thing. Bullet towers, which is also a simple thing, just a different damage type. And an elemental bolt tower, which is a third damage type. You can also get some more specialized ones, like the sling tower, I believe, does like it's like it fires like an AoE, not cone but line of attack basically. So if you force the enemy down like a narrow corridor, you can hit them, more of them at one time. The spray tower is like there's an AoE effect. The static tower damages all enemies around it. So you even get these utility towers like the attract tower, because enemies will occasionally drop items for you. So this tower just teleports distant resources around it. So if I were to build it here, all these resources that are on the other side of this rock here would be teleported over. Or you could also just use spells to accomplish some of the same things. So the game gives you a lot of variety on how to deal with the corruption, but the general gist is that if we just go back to the world map, I guess I can explain a little bit better. The general gist is that in this world map mode, okay, Sandy South Quest, let's actually get this one. Ghost appearance chance, okay, that's interesting. But the main goal to win this map is to survive for 1 year in every region in the world, right? So all these different areas here, those are regions, which, you know, it's gonna take a while to survive a year in each of them. And when you start a new map, you choose one place to be your starting area, which is this one in our case. And then you can migrate over to the neighboring areas. You can see these yellow lines that connect it up. So there's a couple ways you can do that. You can either try and just survive defensively and send out people into other regions before you get overrun. Or you could try and be more aggressive and completely take out the corruption before you move on to another area, leaving you with just as much time as you want to send people along, and resources too. With the idea being that subsequent maps are going to be easier because you start with more resources because they get sent, you know, over from the neighboring town. And then the game also has this god perk system, which gives you permanent buffs to your game, basically. So like, for instance, all my houses, they have increased capacity occupancy by 1. So instead of when you build a new house, it normally has the capability of having housing 4 people. In my case, it can do 5. And so, you know, you can affect all kinds of things, like how long your villagers live, how fast they harvest resources, how many golems you get out of your golem spawning buildings, how fast your towers shoot, how big a range they have, all kinds of things. So it gives you like this pretty cool replayability where every time you get a new god perk, it's like it might be something that you haven't even seen before. And if you were to get completely stuck in the world map mode here, like say you get overrun because it's your first time playing a map or something, you can reset the world where it will keep all your god perks, and then you can choose a different site to start your colony as your first colony as well. So, you know, it gives you a lot of options for replayability, which is why I like this game so much. I just never end up getting like into doing multiple colonies. Like I think having the 3rd colony is actually the most colonies I've ever had, simply because I'm streaming. But it does mean that it's the kind of game that you can do like a colony or 2 and you can put down for like a year, and you can return to it, have all your god perks from your last time playing, and decide that you maybe want to start it all over again in a new map somewhere else for like a new challenge, but still keep some of your progress. So I hope that like helps explain it a little bit. Like if you're curious about some things, you can just ask, I'll explain it to you. But yeah, it's like it's a strategy based game, RTS more than anything, with a bit of tower defense splashed in, as well as like colony management, similar to the tune of like the Settlers games or something along those lines. Which, you know, I do realize you might never play the Settlers game, but that's part of it. It has also got like these black and white game vibes because of the spells. Because you have all these spells that you can choose into your loadout. Like, you can switch these out as much as you want. And they all have different costs of influence, or essence rather. And the more people you have, the more essence you can sort of store up over time. And since some of the spells are pretty expensive in their starting cost, like this one versus the Storm, when you're starting a new colony, you might not even be able to cast them to begin with until you get more people. And again, like just like in Black and White, you can't cast your spells, you know, within enemy territory, so that's another similarity it's got. But yeah, when it comes to dealing with the corruption, it's like a matter of speed pretty much, because the faster you can take them out of commission, the better, since they get stronger over time. So the longer they survive for, the higher level they will eventually be when it spawns in units, which is ultimately what's gonna kick your ass, because at some point, you know, you cap out on your own strength unless you get god perks that allow you to go further. So like all our golems, they have a max level they can attain as a starting point, where the only way for them to get stronger beyond that is by surviving. But every time a golem dies and a new one spawns in, it's a fresh golem and their level resets. It's like set to whatever, how much the structure they originate from is. So if it's a highly upgraded structure, they're going to be higher level, but it's still going to cap out at some point. And towers are the same thing. They can also be upgraded multiple times, and eventually the last upgrade, like I just did on the golems here, is to make them elemental, right? So we're going to get lightning wood golems, ice wood golems, and poison wood golems, which are all going to do like different damage types. And for golems in particular, there are 3 different types. There's crystal, stone, and wood. So you use the respective resources to create these golems in these structures, like gets stored inside, along with some energy, which is basically your essence. And then they will automatically spawn in golems to fight for you. But you can't control them directly. And the only thing you can really I'll get to that in a moment, but the only thing you can really do is you can build these recombobulator towers that will heal your golems to motivate them to go to a specific point. And they will also like go to areas within your influence, like inside your areas that are covered by like fire pits or whatever, to take out enemies if enemies pop in. So you ask, why is wood the best one? Well, it's not really the best one. It's not necessarily as simple as that. They have their strengths and weaknesses. So wood golems are cheaper to make because they require wood. Also for the combobulator, it's cheaper to build it. And they have more hit points than the crystal golems, but they're made out of wood, so they have weakness against fire-based attacks. Similarly, the stone golems, I believe they have even more hit points than the wooden ones. If they're like, you know, it still scales with their level. You gotta keep that in mind. So this is a level 9 golem, has 1,000 hit points. But their stats are also reflected by and defenses are reflected by the type of golem they are. Here's like a level 10 wooden golem. As you can see, it has less hit points. The other thing is that you cannot have fire elemental wooden golems. So if you're wanting to do fire damage, you need stone golems as an example. Similarly, you cannot have a poison stone golem. So you do need a bit of a mix. And crystal golems, they're like glass cannons. They have very little hit points, but they do have ranged attacks to compensate, and also can become elemental. So the reason that's why I haven't built any of these yet, because the crystal golems are a bit more on the squishy side. So having wooden golems to begin with is a bit of a better strategic choice, because they are cheaper to get started than the others. But having a mix is definitely beneficial. And to take out the enemy camps, I found out that the flame spell works really well, because you can control it and then it does like a 5x5 area. It can even be used to take out enemies if you really want to. But with the whole strategy of building fire pits, your area of influence tends to get close enough into the enemy territory that you can use the flame spell to take out their buildings that are sitting just at the edges. Wouldn't stone be the best one? Not necessarily. I can't remember what damage type they are weak against. But it's again like, it's a trade-off. So it's like a, you know, a composition of units that work together to fight enemies off better. Can't remember if it even says. Let's see, creating defensive crystal golems with a ranged attack that will protect the village requires a steady stream of energy. Okay, it doesn't say. Doesn't really say what they're weak against. So high hit point defensive stone golems. They are slow moving, as it says though. So my guess is that the wooden golems are gonna be faster. These are moderate speed and hit point defensive wood golems. So they are like average. And I guess the crystal golems might actually be faster too. So yeah, the stone golems are tanky boys that are just slower. And then there's the, you know, elemental upgrades too that you need to consider. It is a level 1, you know, a starting makeshift crystal golem combobulator. And okay, I can't actually click on it. I would have to look at it this way. As you can see, a level 2 crystal golem has only about 100 hit points. I think a wooden golem had about a little bit about 200 or so. It does scale quite quickly. So it's not like they start with 100 hit points and only get like, you know, 10 hit points per upgrade. It's like scales according to the type. So level 15 crystal golems, I believe, will have about 400 hit points. So it's a bit more dynamic. There's also the fact that your golems don't get switched out until they die for whatever reason, which is why this is still a regular stone golem, not a fire stone golem, right? Similar to this ice stone golem, which has almost 1600 hit points because it's level 15. And your god perks affect like damage reduction, damage dealt, and a bunch of other stats like how many hit points they have as well. So if you get the right god perks, you know, you're pretty good. And you know, towers are also affected by your god perks. I just remember that we needed to like grab a bunch of resources in this area. Don't really need more wood, but I'm still gonna grab wood just because it's the easiest. Or rather, we will eventually need more wood, but we have our stockpile of wood completely filled. So it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, another thing that's really... Oh, okay. I'll just cover that when you're back then. Get some of these resources invested into our buildings though. I don't know if we can build that fence down here that I wanted to build like ages ago. We can get started on it. Don't know if we need to though. Well, loads of more people. How's our landfill actually doing? Okay, we're doing really good on the landfill. I guess I kind of cracked the code on how to get this working. The answer is QB golems. Because without those, it seems like the trashers just can't keep up with the amount of trash that gets created by your, well, I guess your industry. Yeah, since we kind of have this whole farm area down here, I wanted to build like a fence area across to separate the forest and the farmlands, so that the trees don't end up overgrowing on top of the crops that we have down there. So we're still in spring, and the corruption's almost completely defeated. Oh, that tower is non-destructible yet. Can take out this freaking thing though, this graveyard. Can we do it before spring ends? Can't even remember how long a season is. I think it's like 9 days or so. How fast does the time move in this? In the top right you can see the how fast the time actually goes. The green, the bar around here is like the clock, and you can also see the weather and stuff. So like we're in a temperate zone, I guess it means. We're currently in spring, day 8, year 1. It's morning, and I think when this circle finishes up, then it turns into night, and then it's day, and then night, and day and night. It does say you can see the weather though. Oh, it might actually be the top circle here is the weather, and the bottom circle here is the because it does split here in the middle, so that might actually be the time. I've never really looked too closely at it, but you can also speed it up to like from 1x to 3x. So just like any other like a civilization building game, you can speed and slow down the game. And time doesn't pass in regions that you're not active in. So if I went to one of the other areas, I would not, like the time wouldn't pass here. So I wouldn't have to worry about corruption spread or any of that if I were to go somewhere else. Which is a good thing, because I mean, it would be way too heavy of a load on the game, on the computer, if the game had to stay everything loaded. If I'm not mistaken, the game is also made in Java, so it does actually run Java on Java. And you know, you can progress pretty fast in the world map mode once you get the hang of it and you get established. Because all you need in order to start on a new zone is actually 10 people to move across. So as soon as you have 10 people migrated to another area, you can now already start like a new colony. The only thing, of course, is that in order to win the world map mode, you do need to survive for an entire year in each area. Which, in this case, means that we would have to go back and play on these colonies over time. We can have the time move along though while we take a look at StreamRaiders. 14 units. Nice. That's good to see. Yeah, so StreamRaiders is definitely something that's more worth doing in the weekends, it seems. Because I was contemplating whether or not it's like matters with the time of day, or if it's like how many people you've got watching your stream, or if it's completely random. But over the last... Oh, Andre, you get a healer scroll. I thought you said you didn't play this. You can get some pretty easy rewards though by you making use of the fact that you're hanging out in stream, by the way. Because you tend to get like prioritized more for the reward distribution. Oh, you don't really play it. Okay. It's like... Yeah. Well, I also don't really play it. It's like Capto said yesterday on his stream when I was like debating it with him. It's like a, you know, it's a side mini game. It's not really like something that I personally either would want to play exclusively. Okay, we've got a lot of units on the enemy side here. Now, there are some mechanics in the game that make it harder to reclaim the corruption too, so if you let them like an area be corrupted for long enough, or the longer it stays corrupted rather, this conversion process back into non-corrupted ground is gonna take longer as like a what do you call it, a downside. So the longer, the more time you spend being defensive again, which is why being defensive in this game doesn't really do you many favors, but the more time you spend playing defensively, you know, the harder you're also making it for yourself to actually beat back the corruption. So, and that's why, like, because we're already still in spring and we've almost beaten back the corruption, it's fairly easy to do. Even if you were to wait until like after the first year, it would probably take you until the second year, if not longer, before you had taken out all of the corruption. Even if you had like fenced it in, because you would be playing defensively and you'd have to reorganize all your resources, constantly restock your towers, and your resources would just be spread thin. With the golems though, they're like super cheap to maintain because they just require base resources, right? Just basic rock, basic wood, and basic crystal. Towers on the other hand require you to make like ballista bolts or restock them. Just the fact of restocking them with resources and the fact that they're like all on the enemies, you know, in the front line, means that this whole distance between you and the enemy is also something you have to account for, since, well, that takes time for your villagers to go all that way. Time that they could spend, you know, just as easily spend at home just collecting resources locally and making golems that then would be sent out instead. Because the golems don't have like a limited time span. They live indefinitely until they're killed. So the strategy of making golems is definitely like superior in my opinion. And then using spells to actually take out the enemy structures instead of towers is also like a lot easier. Because even if you were to put towers on the enemy front lines, you would also need some at home if you don't have golems walking around. At which point, you know, you'll basically end up required to have golems anyway, or some other measure of defense, because if enemies spawn within your area, you'll be fucked if you don't have anything to defend yourself with. For lack of better wording, I suppose. We also got to manage trash in the colony, which is not like a new feature because the game hasn't been updated in like a very long time. But it is one of the newest features in the game. Something originally that when I started playing it for the first times, you didn't have to manage. We can go a little bit into detail on how trash works first, though I do want to go back on the world map. Okay, we didn't complete the goal, but we did get a loot box. So basically, you see all these numbers ticking by. That's all the god XP that we gain from collecting resources with our villagers, and a bunch of other tasks, like, you know, that you do just automatically. And as time progresses, this bar becomes more and more filled, and when it's full, you get one of these chests generated at random, which is another way to gain god perks beyond completing objectives. Which, ooh, this is really good. So we got a perk that now permanently increases our wooden golem level by 1 and 2% row construction speed, but the wooden golem level is really good because that gets added, like, you know, from the very start when they're first built. So these perks on the right hand side, those are all the passive bonuses that I have. And you can see, like, you know, it's a pretty long list already, but I believe the perk we got for the golem is a, yeah, this is a brand new one that I haven't had before. And I also, like a couple streams ago, got like a wooden golem capacity perk that just means that there's, from the beginning of building the thing, there's just one golem more than the others. You can also get like additional building slots as a permanent thing. Tower range increases. What else do we have? Spell improvements so that they last longer, have lower cooldowns, cost less energy. Like the flame spell has been reduced in cost, right? Pretty good when you're using it repeatedly. Tool durability, so you don't have to make tools as frequently. You get more loot out of the loot boxes that drop in the map. Get more nomads. Here's like maximum health, which affects your villagers, your buildings, and your golems. I think like it affects everything. So there's a lot in here that you can get. Oh yeah, and damage resistance, right? Should also affect your golems and people. There's many ways that you can become stronger in this game. And it's also just, to me, like, sort of, you know, exciting whenever you get a new god perk, because you never know what it's gonna be. And more frequently than not, to me, it seems at least, the perks that you get are gonna be something completely new that you might never have seen. Even if they're like smaller bonuses that don't necessarily help you out as much, they're still like hundreds upon hundreds of perks in the game. And on one of the last updates the dev did, he did say, I think, add like several hundred more perks into the game. So there's a lot of progress that can be made. And, you know, even if you were to beat the world map mode, there's even more replayability because you can also choose different campaign settings, and you can even customize your complete own difficulty setting if you wanted to. So if you think the game is too easy and you feel ready with your god perks and stuff to make it more difficult for yourself, you can totally do that. Like if you want to punish yourself, that is totally doable. Or if you just want it to be challenging, you know, it doesn't have to be punishing, but you get what I'm saying. Oops. But sadly, it doesn't seem like there's anyone streaming it anymore. But then again, like, it is an older game at this point, so it's not too surprising, all things considered. So maybe that's like a niche that I can fill. I don't know. I would say that I'm fairly good at the game, but I have no idea how well I would fare on like a higher difficulty. My assumption is that, you know, if you just tweak the settings enough, it's gonna, you know, become so hard that I can't keep up regardless of how good I am at the game. Or anyone is good at the game. Speedrun it on the highest difficulty. Would it really be a speedrun though? Because the thing is, speedrunning this game would be a bit difficult, since the game speed, just like RimWorld, is affected by the amount of shit you got going on. So the more people you get and the more buildings you have, the slower the game runs, even at higher game speeds. So unless you account for game slowdown, there's no way to speedrun this. And even then, so in order to speedrun it, there would always be the minimum time required. Speedrun that lasts a year. Well, that's kind of the whole game to begin with. In order to beat the world map mode, you need to like survive on every map for at least a year. So and if it's like all about taking down the corruption, well, we've already taken down the corruption within a year on this difficulty. We did that on the first map already. Like before a year had even passed, we'd already taken out the complete in every single mention of corruption on the map. But I do believe, like, from what I can remember, one of the settings you can switch up is like the corruption spread speed. You know, including how strong the enemies are and stuff. The only thing is that I don't know if your rewarded perks also scale with your difficulty. I wouldn't think they do. But you never know. But yeah, like this little shrivel of area left here is all the corruption has left to grow on, and once I build this fire pit, it might even cover up the remainder. So, you know, they're goners. There's no way they can rebound from this. And see, I can still reach into the corrupted area with this flame spell because it has an AoE effect, which is why I started using this spell. Originally, I was using the earthquake spell, which has a massive AoE, but it also damages your own buildings. I believe it also does affect your fire pits, but more like problematic, it generates rocks, formations, and sort of pits or whatever, like trenches, which will fill up with water when it rains. So it makes it affects your build ranges, and as a result makes it makes it harder to take down the corruption than making it easier. And I mean, we've almost beaten the corruption, and I haven't even started upgrading our roads yet. That's how fast we went on this map. So because yes, you can also put down roads to speed up the movement speed of your villagers. You're gonna go play Overwatch. Have fun time doing stuffs. Thanks, Andre, and thanks for popping by. I know it's not RimWorld, but even with RimWorld, like, you know, with Puppeteer gone, the only kind of interactivity, unfortunately, that's left now is TTK, which, actually, thinking about it as well, Captain Lamia mentioned, even Rim Connect also runs on a like dedicated server in order for it to do what it does. As a result, you know, even that would be, you know, eventually abandoned, I assume. And then we only have TTK, but I mean, TTK and Rim Connect does the same, like it fulfills the same job, I guess you can say. Like it does the same thing. It's just TTK is way more configurable. But even Cap's been like talking about you know, tuning down playing RimWorld, because there's this, I did mention it like I believe earlier today or yesterday or whatever. No, not yesterday, because that was, I talked with him about it yesterday. But there's this thing within the RimWorld community where it's like, if you're not streaming, you know, RimWorld, there's a less chance of you getting raided by someone else. and discovery on Twitch is really bad, so if you're spending all your time preparing for RimWorld streams and people only come to see you play RimWorld, it's really hard to, like, you know, grow out of that niche into like more of a variety. And I'm gonna be honest, I mean, I don't play RimWorld 24/7. It's not the only game I play. You know, if I did, I would go fucking insane. And when I do play RimWorld, I like to play modded, which takes a very long time to prepare for, because there's like easily, like for instance, to prepare for the medieval run, I will likely have to spend like, you know, 1 to several afternoons just getting the mods to play well together. And that's just because I like playing modded. Now I could, you know, tune down the mods and everything, but that's kind of like, if I don't have the mods in there, I just don't get what I want out of RimWorld. Don't see much interest in playing it, that is. And I feel that it also goes quite stale very quickly if you don't have like some kind of variety from vanilla. But you know, jumping from one colony to the next to the next to the next is like, I just still don't get like how some of the other streamers playing RimWorld can like repeatedly start a new colony. It's like every time I go and check out how they're doing, it's always a new colony whenever I return to them. And it's not even been like 2 weeks maybe in most cases. Sometimes even less than a week has passed in between checking up on them, and they've already started a new colony. Which is weird because according to Ludion, the RimWorld devs, when they made royalty, the main focus on royalty was mid-game content, since that's where they saw and noticed and had like observed or whatever that was where the majority of their player base was spending the time in, the mid-game. But when it comes to streaming, the majority of players there seem to spend the majority of the time in the early game. I wouldn't call it the mid-game. Apart from some cases or most cases where they skip the early game entirely in favor of the mid-game, which is also like a little bit weird, because the early game of RimWorld where you're establishing yourself, to me, is like the most interesting part, because that's where you get to do the most. It's where you're the most vulnerable. As soon as you get into mid-game, there's like a bunch of things in the game that become completely obsolete and not even a challenge. Borderline. Like, sure, your food can still rot, you know, but only if you encounter a electromagnetic storm or whatever the heck it's calling in, where all your power goes out. So as long as the power doesn't randomly go out, which, you know, outside of your control, you don't have to worry about your food spoiling anymore. So that whole survival aspect of the game is completely gone. Now there's still some other things in the game that can make it so that acquiring food is like, you know, gonna be challenging. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of the mid-game kind of becomes like, you know, a waiting simulator at that point. Because you're waiting for events to happen, since you've already built all the infrastructure. Unless you have mods like Dub's Bad Hygiene, where you need to make toilets and all kinds of things. And bathing facilities and such. You know, in those cases it's a bit different, but that's why I do mods to begin with, because without mods, there's not really many things that you need to build in order to have your colony running. It's just a matter of you know, in relatively speaking, it's a very short amount of time. And then in the late game, or mid to late game, you're just waiting for deep drills to collect resources for you so that you can build your spaceship eventually and escape the planet, you know. But that's if you're playing the game like I am, which is where the game becomes a game of skill rather than, you know, a storytelling simulator. And I get that RimWorld is marketed and developed to be a storytelling simulator first and then not a game of skill. But, you know, your player base is going to play your game however they see fit. So, considering that a majority of people will still try and be good at RimWorld, even though they say that they're playing it for the story, you know, if you can't always play it to be like if you can't be good at the game, then, you know, you're kind of going against some of the game development theory that we have available to us to keep people immersed these days. At least if you're talking about the flow theory stuff by Csikszentmihalyi. And that's where the general consensus, like the short version, the abridged version, is that the player's level of skill in playing the game needs to be equally challenged by some kind of difficulty. So if the challenge in the game is too hard for what the player is able to handle, you get frustrated and you get ripped out of your immersion because you're more focused about like being infuriated by the fact that you keep dying over and over again, or whatever it may be. At the same time, if the challenge is not high enough, the idea of a flow theory is that you get ripped out of flow because you get bored, basically. So the optimal location for your flow is to be somewhere in between, according to the theory at least, where the game will, you know, keep challenging the player in new ways that meet their current skill level, which is why we have, you know, progressive difficulty in games, why that's such a common trait for most video games. But that's really hard to implement in RimWorld because it's based off a randomly generated storyteller, which is just, you know, a bunch of randomly dynamically generated events. Which, you know, we've had many games in the past that have dynamic events in them. It's nothing new. It's nothing revolutionary. So the whole concept of storytellers is just that, you know, we call them storytellers, which is just a, you know, an in-universe explanation for the AI we have running the dynamic event system in the background. So it's an easier way to like explain the concept to the players, I guess. And also sort of makes it more immersive because, you know, it fuels this concept of RimWorld being a storytelling generator where the story is told by the storyteller and you're reacting to the events that they generate, trying to like overcome those storytelling events. And on that note, when it comes to RimWorld, the gist is that in order to have a good story, you need drama. So it kind of leans a little bit up against how you would create like a good D&D character or pen and paper, generally speaking, a pen and paper character, where you don't want a character to be a god from the get-go. You don't want them to be perfect, because perfect characters are boring. You want them to have some kind of flaw that can have an influence in the story and create like some unique situations that they get put through so that, you know, you question whether or not they might be able to overcome the challenges that are set in front of them. If they're like this godly deity-like entity that doesn't ever experience any kind of setbacks, you know, it's similar to flow theory, where there's no challenge to overcome, and as such the story ends up becoming boring because there's no conflict, there's no drama involved, you know. If your hero always escapes unscathed at the nick of time, it ends up becoming a cliche, and then that's how bad storytelling is born. Or, you know, I would never say bad storytelling. I would always argue that it's just worse storytelling. Because the story can still be fun and entertaining, but yeah. Got a pally race, Dragonborn, and looks down on other races. So a racist Dragonborn. Okay. Tegrim. That makes sense. Dragonborn themselves as a race actually already has a bunch of inherent flaws in them that it can sort of drag out. For instance, realistically speaking, Dragonborn should be naturally racist towards tieflings. So if you get put into a party with a tiefling, you should already be like very... Your character would most likely already be very... what do you call it? Untrusting towards tieflings. Maybe even a racist. Making the interactions you would have with that other player, you know, spring forth is more interesting. And that all comes down to the, you know, rich backstory that the D&D races have, where in ancient times, I can't recall all the details, but back in the day when Dragonborn had their own massive empire, what was it called, Arcosia or something? They worshipped their deity Io or something, and they ended up in a massive conflict with tieflings, resulting in a world-devastating war because of the demonic backgrounds that tieflings come from. So all the battlefields which involved, you know, Dragonborn and tieflings got completely fucked up to the point where they became inhabitable, if I recall correctly, which basically meant that as the, you know, major cities of the Dragonborn got engulfed in the war, everything got destroyed and uninhabitable, to the point where Dragonborn in current D&D society has been condensed down to a bunch of stragglers living within human society rather than having their own empires. The same goes to tieflings. So, got a chaotic evil rogue. Okay, I don't usually, what do you call it, promote having evil characters, like evil affinity characters in your party. It tends to create more problems than it does good. But if it works for you, then, you know, then that's fine. But yeah. And just because you're chaotic evil doesn't mean that you're a more nuanced character. I've had like a few talks with Sarah about this too, and we both seem to be on the same page that, you know, alignment shouldn't be a black and white thing. Where, you know, if you're playing a character and you set yourself to be evil aligned in some form, then you shouldn't be completely restricted from doing evil things, because you're supposed to have character development, right? Matches his personality, sure, but it's not so much that. But you know, as an evil character, if you're strictly following the D&D alignment rules, you would be kind of limited in terms of how you can play your character. Like if you're chaotic evil, whenever you see like an opportunity to, you would always do an evil option. The same with like being chaotic good. If you really want to act out your character, is actually very hard to do right, so as to not act out of character. Like for instance, a chaotic evil character will always do evil just for evil's sake, without it having necessarily rhyme or reason. We beat this one really easily. Grim, you get a Berserker Scroll, Trumpet gets a Centurion, and Sir Mad Dog gets a Monk Scroll. Cool. And that's the boss defeat, and we're on to the next map. Let me just see. Oh, we got a skin loyalty chest thingy majiggy. Let's try this one. But yeah, like, how are you gonna have a functioning party if every time you see a new NPC, meet a new NPC, your chaotic evil character might want to kill them just for fun? Like, that's not good roleplay, right? Because if a chaotic evil is supposed to be played correctly, and you're playing a campaign where you're supposed to help out people, then the chaotic character would always like is supposed to always you know, act out the evil deeds. That's when we knock them out. Yeah, but that's like that's part of why like experienced D&D players will tell you not to allow or have like do an evil campaign. The only way to really do it properly is if all the characters in the party are evil aligned, because there's just so much conflict in there. And I've had parties in the past that with campaigns that I've run where I've allowed the certain players to have an evilly aligned character because they wanted to be a vampire, but when it comes, like, when everything comes to an end, or at the end of the day, they wouldn't technically be playing the character as intended from, you know, how the alignment system is supposed to be used. So that's why I'm saying that, you know, using the alignment system doesn't really make much sense. It's just like a sort of starting reference more than anything else. It doesn't really tell you anything about a character. And, you know, it's not just me saying that, that's just what makes a lot of sense to me. What other people have also said. Prefer chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral, if I remember correctly, is that you're basically just egoistical. So you'll only do things that help yourself, like improve, like make some kind of gain towards yourself. I believe, yeah, I think I had like a character like that, but it's like so fucking hard to play out even a chaotic neutral character, because, you know, it means that whenever you get like a quest, basically, you'll have to act out your character as being like this egoistical prick that will only help others if it benefits him or them. Even like within the party, like, you won't care about your party members. If your party members are about to die, but, you know, technically speaking, if you could get a bigger reward out of them dying, then effectively you wouldn't help them. Unless you have like some kind of, you know, social dynamic established with them that matters. But for most adventuring parties, you know, you haven't necessarily known each other for more than a few in-universe days, so why would you risk yourself? We did what? Yeah, like usually you don't. from most of the campaigns that I've been either part of or played in. Like, very rarely did I have experienced that that people make background stories that are dependent on other people in the party. They tend to be mostly self-contained, but they can on occasion do like some funky stuff. But mostly self-contained stories. Mostly because I guess it makes it easier to write your background story, since, you know, you're not dependent on someone else's creative vision. Especially if you want to do like something very specific. Or, which some of my friends also tend to do, is to make a character that has a lot of secrets. That, with the intention of those secrets, you know, being discoverable by the rest of the party, but, you know, create a bit of mysticism about their character to the point where they'll like do some questionable stuff when you're like doing role-playing within a city or something like that, where they'll be off like interacting with like some NPC related part of the city. So you can definitely do it, but yeah, it's just been like my experiences. But yeah, going back to the whole RimWorld talk, I guess. Difficulty. To meet your skill level. Not really represented well in RimWorld, because difficulty scales based off of a random generator that is scaled by the amount of wealth that's in your colony. So it doesn't care how well you're doing in terms of you know, your pawn's strengths. How hurt they are doesn't even really matter, because their wealth, the pawn value, I believe, is just calculated out from a base value, and then added on top of that you have all their prosthetics. So if they're missing like a leg or something, it doesn't affect their value as far as I remember. And even less so if they have an injury or they're sick or something. Also, the game doesn't really care if the reason why you have so much wealth in your colony is because you have 30,000 logs stacked in your colony. It's just gonna like send a billion enemies towards you because you didn't sell your resources, which is such a weird way, since if you were to convert those logs into silver that you would then buy some other things with, a good amount of wealth disappears, because the conversion rate from logs to silver to something else makes more than 50% of the wealth go away, because, you know, you don't sell them at full value, and when you buy something to convert the silver into, it's more expensive than if you were to sell it or make it yourself. And as a result, the game doesn't really have that whole flow theory behind it. It just kind of is just a random thing that you can't really prepare for. I mean, one of the three storytellers is Randy Random, which is literally just doesn't even have like a schedule. It's completely random which types of events he even generates. At which point, like, you know, it could be a colony devastating event that would happen as the very first ping in your colony, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it because, you know, there's no mechanics in the game that really allow you to completely circumnavigate a devastating event. You can cheese it by abandoning your colony with all your people moving somewhere else, but due to the structure of RimWorld, you don't really want to do that, because if you do that, as soon as you move to the next area, you need to spend like the next 3 hours setting up stockpiles and a bunch of other, you know, micromanaging bullshit that is always going to be local to your map and save. Which is also why as I talked about a bit earlier, I'm a bit surprised that people can keep streaming RimWorld when they have to continuously start over and over and over again. Because part of the whole like early game setup that takes a long time, including into mid-game really, is organizing all your stockpiles and resources and stabilizing your economy to get, you know, your colony to survive. And whenever you start over, you gotta spend another several hours in order to redo all that stuff. And it's probably my least favorite part about the game. So, you know, the fact that early game is all about that just means that, yeah, I'm a little bit confused. But, you know, it is what it is, and if people enjoy making streams where they start over, you know, every now and again, that's, you know, their choice. Or maybe not so much their choice. It could also be that due to TTK and a bunch of other factors, you know, their colony gets overrun because someone spams in like a raid and, you know, they're incapable of dealing with it for one reason or another. It's definitely a conundrum. And having taken like a 1.2 colony all the way to like space, I can kind of see why viewers at least would be more interested in starting new colonies over and over again, because the late game gets very boring. I will not hide that fact. Late game RimWorld is not that fun if you're playing like the game with a vanilla approach mentality, meaning that, you know, you'll be huddled up in your home base and waiting for raids to happen and min-maxing like your efficiency by improving your stockpiles, work priorities, and the skills of your pawns, because that's just a waiting simulator at that point. And not a lot of action happens. Whereas, you know, early game, you get to spend all your time building things and planning out your defenses. You might get raided when you're not, you know, you don't even have a defensive position. You need to do like some weird ass strategic decisions in order to like survive. There's just a bunch of things there that make the earlier game much more interesting. A way around that, of course, is to play the game with, as I kind of alluded to, a different kind of mentality, a different play style. Because it is possible these days to play RimWorld as like with like a nomadic play style in mind, meaning that is this corruption? No. Meaning that instead of having a settled down base, you move from area to area on the world map, and all the action happens whenever you're on a map. You raid someone, you discover some ruins, that kind of stuff. But you never settle down and spend like, you know, 3 hours of a stream waiting for your colony to build all the bathrooms for your colony, or to process iron into steel and stuff. Which, true, that's a mod that allows you to convert, like, makes resource processing harder. And that's also a thing that I've contemplated, cutting back on some of the time-consuming mods for the next playthrough, simply because it feels very unnecessary to have. Like, especially for like a stream, because it's not entertaining for people to wait around while we process iron into steel, when we could just as well not have that mod and just mine steel and be done with it. I do agree that it's more entertaining when we have to deal with raids, when we get quests that we can do, when we get to explore the world map, trade with people and stuff. Only unfortunate thing there is that TTK doesn't really like it unless... I don't know how stable it is these days, but TTK tends to have this thing where if you go around in the world map a lot, you might want to toggle the store off because it can occasionally crash whenever you're just on the world map. So if you build like an entire, you know, colony setup, stream concept for RimWorld on the idea that you would be like on the world map 90% of the time, you might not even be able to properly do TTK. Which is again like, it's a trade-off, but if the majority of people are interested in having an influence in the colony through TTK, then, you know, you can't have both the action and TTK at the same time. So what do you do as a streamer? You try to make the colony building aspect entertaining. And if you can't do that, you just try out different colony concepts and start over and over and over again, I guess. Because it took me like 2 months, if not more, to take a colony into space with all the mods that I was running. Create 200 stone balls at Coast Bridge. Could probably do that. Sling tower range. It's a good upgrade, but can't really make use of it. Open 10 loot boxes in Sandy South. Okay, we can do that. Should we try and pursue the stone ball quest? No. It gives so little XP, it's not even worth it. I'd rather start colonizing with an edge and Springland from Sandy South instead. Getting the infrastructure up and running. But yeah. I've personally did get a little bit burned out from that long ass colony that ended up taking like 2 months to run it through completion. And even at the end, like, we basically went to space and then we canceled the colony because the last 3 to 4 streams that I did, there was hardly any like viewer engagement at all. People were like hanging out in chat occasionally, but no one was really interacting with anyone in the chat. Weren't even really using TTK to spawn in anything, because if people were to like spawn a raid, it would take like, you know, an hour to deal with because of how slow the game was running. Which is also another problem with RimWorld with late game colonies, is that it gets so fucking slow that, you know, the progress that you would normally be able to do within an hour takes an entire freaking day. And that's not even an exaggeration. Because when you're starting out with a brand new colony, you can run the game at like what's called 900 ticks per second, right? Utilizing mods that allow you to go to even higher simulation speeds. When you're in late game, my game would only run at most around 20 to 30 TPS. 1x speed, for reference, is 60 TPS. Just so you know where that sits at. So we were not even running the game at half regular speed at most of the time. Which means that the game was running like, how many times slower even is that? Because that would just be... Wouldn't that be... Yeah, so it was basically running 30 times slower than normally, which basically means that for every minute in a new fresh colony, you would be spending half an hour in game if you just do like a rough conversion, right? If it takes 30 times for a minute worth of real life times progress to pass in the late game colony, that would be 30 minutes. Which basically means if you want an in-game hours worth of playtime from the early game stuff to pass in the late game, it would literally be 30 hours for 1 hour to pass. Which is why it took me like 3 to 4 very long streams even for me to get the spaceship built in the end. Because people, like, even with pawns, like, okay, it's a bit of a rough estimate because there are some other factors, true, that I forget. But for the most part, you know, it's gonna be like take 30 times as long for time to pass at least. Or something to the tune of that. That being said, yes, your colonist's skills also have an effect. The amount of colonists you have also have an effect. The more colonists you have, the better they are. You know, the less time they spend on their jobs, the faster your progress also happens. So even though time is going by 30 times slower, if they in effect would be able to carry out the same tasks, you know, 30 times faster than in the beginning of the game, then you would be at a status quo. So the only way to like make up for that is having more people in your colony, but that's also the main factor that slows down the game to a crawl. So what do you do? The best thing to really do is just to have a relatively small colony of maybe somewhere a max 10 to 12 people, like, which is kind of a fair statement, I would say. A vanilla RimWorld colony becomes very large when you have 16 people in your colony. And we had like 40 some people in the colony at the end of my 1.2 colony's lifespan. But the weird thing is, when we went to space, we cut down to like 8 people, 8 pawns. And we were still running the game at like 30 TPS. So there's just something behind the scenes that on a pawn level would slow down the game to an basically unenjoyable state. Like, it's not unplayable, that would be a wrong wording, but it was very unenjoyable at the end. And I think as well that the only reason why I even carried through with building the spaceship is because I wanted to, for once, and just for once, to try it. Because I've been playing colonies outside of streaming where I also did Save Our Ship, where I tried to get a ship built, and I would get to the point where I had all the research done, all the infrastructure necessary to build the ship, but then just get bored with the colony and just never end up going to space. So what that tells me is that Save Our Ship is probably best suited for a colony where you're starting out with all the research already done, so that all you need to worry about is acquiring a ship somehow, one way or another, to get to space, and then you play the space content, and that's where you start. What we were doing though, as my very first long lived colony on Twitch, streaming at least, was to take the colony from the absolute bare minimum, which was just a couple of pawns with absolutely no research done whatsoever, and then try and get to the very end of having everything done in the game. So basically, you know, a completionist run, I guess you would say, which would also be modded with a lot of really cool mods, so as to display what's possible with RimWorld. And that's kind of why I also wanted to archive it on YouTube, and was contemplating making it into like a supercut series, but just streaming the playthrough ended up taking so long that
I basically were left with no time to do any kind of editing on the side and get, you know, into the habit of doing that. So, and it's kind of propagated into now where right now I just want to play a game just for funs rather than spend the time preparing for a RimWorld stream because that also took a lot of my time I could have spent doing the editing, you know. Because if you want to do a modded RimWorld playthrough, it requires several hours worth of preparation. And, you know, that's not something that necessarily shows as well and makes for good content for like YouTube. You know, you can't just take the stream, put it on YouTube and call it a day because it doesn't have the same effect as something that's super cut. Because there's all the other like in between things that you would do on stream. Like now I'm doing StreamRaiders, for instance, but also, you know, the moments when I would be taking a break eating or something, you would want to cut all that out to make it more digestible, because no one's gonna watch like a full 11-hour stream recording every week twice even, just to keep up to date on what's going on in the colony. So if like optimally what I would have would be an editor to do that kind of stuff so that I could focus on getting the game to work and do the stream itself, and then have like an editor do the editing according to like an agreed upon style or whatever you would call it. But I don't have any money for that, so I don't want to like approach people that have editing skills and say like, hey, do you want to like edit this series that's gonna take like all your time to do for free with the potential of it maybe going like super popular and then we can earn money on it? Most people, if not all people, would who have like a bit of common sense would probably say no. And I don't want to strain my friendships with people either, trying to convince them to do this in like, it would be some kind of collaboration, I guess, but you know, I don't want to try and convince some people that I know to do this kind of stuff either. So I'm kind of just stuck, like, you know, just letting it be its own thing and leave several hours of unedited footage of like a stream on YouTube. If someday I were to want to like turn it into like a supercut version, I could always do that, but the relevance of doing that is gonna diminish over time. So like already Puppeteer isn't a thing anymore, unless someone else picks it up, so it does leave for much to be desired, I guess. But yeah, that's just a little rant, I suppose, or just not really a rant, it's more like a bit of perspective into like what I'm working with behind the scenes, the kind of stuff that most people don't get to see. And it's a tough situation, right? Because in order to grow on Twitch, you need to make content that is discoverable on other platforms like YouTube, because discovery on Twitch doesn't really exist. So it's like, if I want to get more viewer engagement on here to make the streams more interesting, both for other viewers that come by, but also for myself, you know, I would have to spend that extra time making those videos. But that time would, you know, take away from how much time I could stream and do other things. And realistically, from like all the other things that I'm also doing would mean that I could stream like once a week maybe. Which, if you want to do RimWorld modded colonies with a lot of stuff in it, 1 day a week for streaming is not a lot. Like, you don't get much progress done then. Simply because the amount of time it takes. Especially end game. Because the last 4 streams that I did for my colony, I could probably have supercut that into like, you know, one video that would have maybe lasted like 30 minutes. Which is very sad considering that those streams combined took more than like 30 hours to do. And the only alternative would be to do stuff off stream and just let the colony run while not streaming, but you know, then I don't really see any point in doing RimWorld, really, because TTK and stuff is more interesting when there's actual, like, it only works when people are interacting after all. And if that's what people mainly want to do, then that's what you should, you know, give people the option to participate. And when people stop participating, you gotta think about something else for people to do instead. These are some big toads. But are they just slow? The Grim, your archer's like getting attacked. Or, I don't get these toads. They do like very sporadic movements and attacks. Huh. Seems kind of weird. Oh well, I got their ass handed to them for sure. Grim, you get some coins, and the Mad Irishman also gets some coins. Congratulations. I guess we'll go through the middle here, right? Because, yeah, otherwise we can't get up to that blue chest. And it doesn't seem like a lot of high-level enemies this time around either, so since there's so many people around here, I'll use this opportunity to put my healer down. Get a scroll for that at least. Alright, let's go back to Rise to Ruins. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking a lot of things, like I tend to do. I'm a very analytical person. I like to think into detail about a lot of stuff that ultimately might not ever matter. Especially like, you know, to people listening in. But, you know, I'm just speaking my peace of mind, I suppose. And then you can listen or tune out. That is your choice to make, but it is here as an option. Okay, so what we did here is that I expanded this lake and it completely dried out as a result, pretty much. Interesting. I don't think we can... No. I think there's a little bit of water, as you can see. There's a few specks of blue in there. Yeah, it does still count as there being water here. Maybe not so much. An area. But yeah, we can like still collect water. It's just like a muddy pit more than anything. We can fix that though. And let's actually do that. So what I'll do is I'll spawn in a thunderstorm over here, which is gonna create a lot of sporadic lightning in like a concentrated area. But it's also gonna make it rain map wide. Actually, let's just get those tiles covered with water so that we can contain this crystal over here. Get rid of these turnips, I think. No, they're potatoes. Okay. Did have that pinkish turnip-like color, I guess. Yeah, look at this entire area down here. It's just gonna be farmland. Pretty good. Oh, actually, I have an idea. Let's do something a little bit cheeky, just for vanity's sake. Because there's a potato spell in the game, and I want to use that just for funsies. So here it is, holy potatoes. So what you do is that you just cast it in an area, and it's gonna spawn in these specks of potatoes, which are gonna be like all like cayenne blue-white colors to make them have this celestial feel to it, I suppose. As you can see, you can sort of generate a farm area out of nothing very quickly. To get started, especially when it's raining. We're still in summer, mind you, so you do need to get like a little fence post in there. And then you can use the motivate land spell to fully grow the crops and make them spread even faster. Because making the crops expand out from existing plants is faster than using spells to plant entirely new ones. Especially when it's raining. So by casting this, we should have more than enough food for whenever winter comes around as a stockpile. Because the way it works is that all the crops that grow out in the world, you can collect those year-round. There's no limitation there. The only limitation is on the farms. They can't grow crops internally when you're out of growth season. What it means is that they normally go out and then they collect like crops to grow at home, but they can also go out and just collect crops to be used as is. Okay, let's look at some of these things here though. Some stockpiles. Okay, let's get a gold storage there. Start building some more storage facilities around this merchant marketplace location. Do we want a mineral storage up here maybe? Because this is where our forge is at after all. We don't even have a rock storage anywhere yet. Maybe that's why we ran out of rock so frequently. It's because we didn't have a large stockpile where it was continuously stored in. So that's like why having stockpiles for resources in this game can be beneficial, because it prevents this almost knee-jerk reaction kind of like a behavior / experience, whatever you want to call it, where if you have a low stockpile and you suddenly require a lot of stone to be used for upgrades for buildings or entirely new ones, you know, all those resources are going to be immediately consumed, and then because you might have mining facilities multiple places across the map, your miners are going to be a little bit unsure on where to go to like harvest resources and put it in stock, because these buildings can store 128 but say for instance that your villagers start picking up the stones from random places all over the map. Well, in order to resupply those areas, your miners would have to go all the map as well in order to collect the resources and, you know, put them in where they're supposed to be. So by having condensed storages in key locations instead, it's a bit easier to keep them resupplied, if you will. The question though is, where do we want... I mean, we can technically... Yeah, I think that's gonna be okay. I think we can easily fit the courier golem stations down here. No problem. Because as you see, they take up a good amount of space, but I think we can squeeze them in if we're just being a little bit strategic about their placement. So that they don't have as big a footprint. I would like to have about 6 of these down here. Yeah, this is good enough. And I'm only keeping this little patch of forest for vanity's sake. Just because it looks different. Like a challenge could be like, oh, try and get these trees to grow on the opposite side of the map because they don't naturally occur there, but you know, that's the kind of stuff that, you know, the kind of challenge, okay, they do actually grow up here. Meh. That's the kind of challenge you might do when you're like, you know, 10 years old and you have all the time in the world to accomplish objectives like that. That's like such a weird thing, right? As a kid, in my case at least, because video games were getting, you know, more common and readily available, they weren't still as available as they are today, you know. Not only do we have all the gaming consoles of different brands, but also all the different games are out there, and you know, you get discounts on Steam, and many games are available on multiple platforms, etc. But when I was a kid, like, my main console growing up was a bit of a tie between the PlayStation 1 and the N64. If I recall correctly, I got the N64 first, and though I don't have a lot of games for it even today, I still played the shit out of those games. And it's this weird thing where I feel like I've spent, you know, over the course of several years, I've just played these games, this very few selective games, over and over and over again. But I never ended up really getting bored with them, you know. I was like excited every time I got to play Banjo-Kazooie, even though it might have been like my 100th time fucking booting up the game or something. Simply because and you know, my memory from back then is a bit foggy, so because it's such a long time ago, I guess you wouldn't necessarily remember how you got through all the different parts of the game, even though these, like today, I can play through those games knowing exactly what I need to do. But it's almost like whenever you would go back to a game that you've already played a billion times over, because you didn't have many options on what to play, and you were still getting acquainted with, you know, controls and stuff, and playing video games in general, you could just spend more time getting, you know, better at playing video games. And as such, you know, spending several evenings playing the same game wasn't becoming boring, because there's always that challenge of gradually getting better and eventually, you know, hopefully beating the game. Where I would play like the early levels of Banjo-Kazooie over and over and over again, because getting better at them, and also the later levels being so hard for me to even comprehend on how to beat, that I would rather start the game over in favor of playing the early levels again than being frustrated with the later games. Meaning that games like Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, never got to beat those games for real until, like, you know, borderline becoming an adult almost. And I wonder, because, you know, this is something that's obviously impossible for me to relate to, being of the generation that I am, but I'm wondering how the newer generation of kids these days perceive these games, if they like perceive them more as a very temporal thing where there's just so many options, right, that they don't have the same desire or need, I guess, maybe even, to repeatedly play the same game over and over again. And video games that I played as a kid, like Spyro the Dragon, right, becoming remasters today, and I've seen like my nephews and nieces play these games, having seemingly a really good time. And I wonder, like, when they grow older, will they remember those games in the same way that I remember the originals, or will they have like a better recollection of how to beat those games or play those games because they get acquainted into video gaming like at a much younger age these days? And not just that, but, you know, also video games these days are much better to get at getting kids reacquainted, and just even more accessible than it used to be. I mean, I remember in the past bringing my N64 along to like my grandparents' place to stay for a couple days, and me being the small, like, I don't know, 10-12-year-old or whatever, was the one that needed to know how to plug the machine into the television because my grandparents didn't know how to do that. So they were almost worried. Like, I do remember like some of the things they were saying back then, saying stuff like, "Oh, are you sure you know what you're doing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do like this all the time, basically. You know, it's my console. I need to know how to plug it in." Do kids these days even have that, get that same understanding at the same, like, as they will eventually, you know? It's not like you're in a rush to learn it at the same speed as everyone else. But I do wonder if, you know, a Switch, for instance, or tablet gaming in general, which is very popular between my nieces and such, that I wonder, like, will they get the same like level of technological understanding of how things actually work? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, a Switch is literally made to be taken, you know, in and out of a docking station and be played completely separate from a television if needed be. So that you could technically take your Switch, you know, along with you if you were going to your grandparents' house to stay for a couple days, and play on that without having to even mess around with the television whatsoever. And I take it that, you know... Oh, I did get that fence built. It's just really hard to see. Borderline not there. But yeah, kids not getting that technological understanding is kind of curious to me. Because for sure they know nearby rocks. Oh, is that what's needed for the golems? Eh. Guess we'll just make a storage. Kind of got lost in thought there. But yeah. It's just peculiar to me. And, you know, in a couple of years, I could just ask them what they feel about it. But it is also nice just generally to see that, you know, kids of the newer generation also do get to and still will enjoy games of a more classic era, even if they're remasters and, you know, polished up a little bit to be more to a modern standard. Because it means you have like something, like you don't get to feel super old as quickly. You kind of get to like when I was visiting some of my family last time for a birthday, I got to get a little bit of that sense of like, you know, young enjoyment of playing video games that were completely alien to me, or, you know, was just the shit at the moment. Because, you know, having beaten those games, you can never get that particular experience ever again. So being able to sort of experience it by proxy is, you know, something that I think is worth appreciating. And it's also kind of, you know, you get to be the cool uncle that knows just exactly how to play those games. There was like at least one point where they asked me to get like across somewhere. And for me, that's like an extremely trivial task to do, but for them it was like, wow, you did that and it seemed like so easy. Like how did you do that? Wow, you're amazing. And kids are like really fast to praise you for your, you know, your video game prowess, which is kind of cute in a lot of ways. So yeah, it also is kind of nice because, as I said, it allows you to bond with the younger generation of your family in different ways. It also means that you're a little bit easier to relate to from their perspective, which gives me a bit of an upper hand in being like a popular uncle, I guess. The only hard thing to like, the only thing that's like important to remember is that they are still young and they need to like get their own experience with the video game. So, you know, I do also not want them to rob them of that exciting of learning how to play the video games themselves. So I think personally it's like if you want to be a good role model or whatever, you would sort of promote them into learning by themselves on how to do the things. Because you're not supposed to be playing the video games for them after all. Especially if they're just asking, you know. Just be a good uncle and let them have their fun. And maybe show off a little bit. Just a little bit. Makes me wonder though, because one thing about video games is that it's one of those mediums that can connect, you know, a lot of people of very different ages and genders and all kinds of, you know, backgrounds. And I guess it just, like, that's one of the things about video games in general that I personally think is something that we should cherish and appreciate. Is that there's just so much variety out there that it's like a good medium to connect with other people in, regardless of what age you are. Because a lot of video games can be experienced, like you can go back and play Spyro the Dragon, for instance. You know, I can go back and play that and have a really good time. Get a bit of nostalgia feeling, but you know, it's a good game generally speaking, so I like platformers. So you can't really go wrong. And in that way, in sense, like you can sort of keep yourself like up to date with what kids of a newer generation would also enjoy these days. Some things might be harder to relate to than others, but I mean, for the most part, that seems to be the case, right? So you also get to feel that you're not growing old as fast. And sometimes makes me wonder like what it's gonna be like when I grow like super old. hopefully, you know, and end up becoming that age where, you know, my grandparents, as I said, didn't know how to even plug in the gaming consoles. But being the generation in which I am like situated in, having experienced all those things, you know, that's stuff that stays with you for the rest of your life. You know, you can apply that to other things in video games. Heck, you know, you can you can even make a job out of that kind of stuff. So it's just a very different time to grow up in than compared to what, you know, your grandparents did. And also a different kind of culture and everything, because we're also so much more connected these days than in the past, right? You get to wake up and talk with someone living in Australia who has like a vastly different life than yours, but you still get to like socialize with them and get like that larger world perspective as a result. I think that's like a very positive benefit to human society, at least. It makes things less stale too. And it's crazy, like, to think about how different lives can be lived across the planet, but you still have things that you can relate to each other, and you just get the opportunity to interact with all these people now, whether it be through video games specifically, or like you know, just anything internet related, so to speak, online phenomena, you name it. It all comes together to facilitate all those interactions, which is really cool. Okay. We do need to start migrating to another area, I think. We've been here for not even... We're in summer. The last map we beat by the time of autumn. This time, I do not recall. I would consider that we beat the map before spring was technically over. But we already have almost 200 people in our colony here, which is more than we... I think we had about the same people in the past colony. You know, things just... Time just... It took longer to get to there. So right now I'm like cleaning up all the fire pits. It takes a little bit of time, but you know, you can just destroy them with your fire spell. I figured it's probably better than to actually even dismantle them, because that way your villagers don't get to like have to walk halfway across the map to dismantle all this stuff, because you only get a little bit of wood out of it and it doesn't really benefit you much. That being said though, let's go and check up on the world map, because time passes by a little bit faster when you're in the earlier stages of a colony, though we're like technically already finishing up. But both in terms of like, you know, real-time time being perceived, but also in-game days pass by faster because of simulation speed. Send 65 boards via curry golems to Sandy South. We can just skip that one. Organic heat trash in Sandy South and grab 380 resources anywhere. This one's gonna be easy to do. We're almost halfway to opening all the loot boxes as well, so that's why you want to go to the world map, because occasionally you unlock new goals and stuff and they don't update until you go onto the world map. The only unfortunate thing about that is that it seems that it messes up the building priorities when you do so. That's like the only like thing that you really have to consider when you go back and forth, is to like update the priorities if you're like in the midst of expanding your territory or something. But other than that, I mean, priorities don't really seem to have too much of a meaning in this game. Especially when you get to this point where, I mean, we have 26 people that are just hanging out and relaxing, hopefully creating more children is the idea. Because the 26 unemployed villagers are villagers that are of age. So, so where do we want to go next? Which map looks interesting? I mean, we'll eventually want to go to both places, but Springland looks pretty nice and verdant. Seems like the majority of trees are located in the center of the map, so you'll probably colonize on like the northwestern part, and then the corruption would spread on the southeastern and be like pinched in between two rock formations. That would be doable. And this map has like only one major forested area, but it's also like you don't really need that many trees to get started. Like it's completely unnecessary. Wyvern Edge is going to be a harder map though. So if we look at the bottom map down there, right, when I'm looking here, so where our colonists or people, settlers are coming, villagers are going to come in, is going to be from the west. If we start on Wyvern Edge, so that means if we were to settle down on like the northeastern part of the map, and the corruption starts out in the western part, then our people would have, and courier golems would have to go through like corrupted territory in order to get to us once it starts spreading in. And building in the northeastern corner would maybe most likely make the corruption sort of spawn in the southwest. So to make it easier, we would probably spawn there in that area between the large forest on the left and that sandstone formation to the southeast of there, which would be very cramped. I mean, this is a very cramped map in general, but let's send 50 people to both places though. It does say that we have 126 migratable villagers, so we can only send 10 a day though. That depends on the migration way stations, how many of those you have and how highly they are upgraded. But while our village starts doing all that stuff, we can check out StreamRaiders. We have so many units now. It's amazing. Let's get this defensive buff down to begin with so that we don't lose as many units to begin with and have more for later in the fight. Don't think it necessarily matters when we're outnumbering them 2 to 1, more than 2 to 1. You can be surprised though. Heal. That's some pretty strong healing though. I think. Yeah, that's like basically some of these units full health pools. Completely regenerated every time you cast a heal. So Grim, you get some warrior scrolls. In PK Tiger, you get some flag bearer scrolls. On to the next one. Here we got these. Oh, I think I saw Cap on this particular map actually. Got his ass beat because these anthills spawn in 1 billion enemies or something. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put in a big boy. And we're ready to return to Rise to Roots. So, I think having 2 established migration way stations is going to be more than enough. Because that allows us to send 28 a day. Which would allow... Okay, maybe we can do like 1 more. That might be good. Jeez. You guys coming in with the fucking epic units. Calm down. Oh. Hopefully that means the map's gonna go pretty well. But yeah. We don't want to send too many people at a time because every person that we send out of this area are not gonna contribute to society. So we can get rid of this freaking fire pit. Don't really need some of these. It is a little bit easier to just queue some of these up for deconstruction though. It's a waste of potion to not use it though. True. True. Oops, accidentally lit one of our people on fire. That's like one of the things here that can be like a bit problematic. Oh, and they started immediately repairing it. No. Yeah, I think this guy's coming in to repair it. Yep, there we go. As long as the building is within your area of influence, they will try and repair it. Let's set up some resources as well. Let's do a little bit of stuff here. We actually don't even have a toolsmithy yet, so maybe sending that across might be a bit of like a bit too early. Has so many iron ingots though, so we should probably start converting them into like tools. But we can start moving over like boards and cut stone already. Try lithium as well. Let's do like a lot of water because apparently last time we didn't get a lot of water sent. Or maybe we did, but because we started sending it much later, it ended up getting cluttered in with all the wood and stone that ended up getting like sent along as well. Yeah, we don't need that much crystal. It's mostly like wood than stone that you need to send across. Anything else? Don't need keys. Let's do some daily rations as well. Now mind, we're sending it off to 2 different locations, so it's probably fine if we just like keep it low. And we're doing it on a daily basis as well, so no need to overdo it. Okay. So we can go into manufacturing here and build a toolsmithy. Let's actually do 2 of those. Armor smithy up here. Which... do we want to do more than one? Bit unsure. Let's do some bowyers though. So that we can start making ammunition that we can sell off at the market in turn for gold, and use that gold to buy more ingots to make more armor and stuff. And stuff. Oh yeah, I should probably do this grab objective before I move on with like getting distracted again. I tend to do that a lot, don't I? Yeah, I think the Control-C keybind that I got now for the multi-clicker is a bit better than just having it on a single keystroke instead. Almost keep going here because it's right next to the essence collectors. Not quite though. Let's set up their production though. I don't really make swords at all because I prefer bows for people. When it comes to armor, I tend to make just leather because iron armor is too expensive. You'll notice that we have a ton available to us. Or ton. We have a good amount available to us. That's all coming from like loot boxes though. So whenever we open up a loot box, there's a chance there's armor in there and weapons and whatnot, right? So that's also another reason why I never really buy, or not buy, but make them craft all the equipment, because we end up getting it other ways. And I mean, preferably your your villagers wouldn't get into trouble in the first place. So if they're already getting into such a pinch that you need iron armor, yeah, you've probably got other problems that you might want to take care of first. We could even invest our gold coins that we've accumulated into buying equipment. And not necessarily even to use it on here. We can buy into equipment in order to, with the intention of sending it off to another area, right? We don't have to use it on this map. There's no one forcing us to do that. This is where having an auto click or right click would be very nice. But yeah, we can like sell all our bolt ammunition and all our, what are they even called? Stone balls? Yeah. Stone balls for our, these are all used for towers, right? Tower ammunition. Like we can easily sell all that off to acquire some extra gold with the intent of reinvesting it into other things. Same goes for our refined resources, because if we don't sell off all this stuff, all those production chains just end up going defunct and the villagers end up not having anything to do. So, and yeah, iron ingots, I just queue up like several hundreds to be purchased because I will never get around to buying 500 iron ingots because the resupply is so damn slow that, yeah, you just never get to. And the same with iron ore, just queue up several hundreds to be purchased, honestly. Because they will never get around to actually buying that amount of stuff. And you, unfortunately, you can't like queue up infinite amounts of things to be purchased. Which I hope is something that would be added eventually, but we're still here and it's not in the game. Anything else? Could even sell off iron armor if we're not intending on using it, but I don't think queuing it up for purchase would do us any good because, or for selling would do us any good because it's all distributed between our villagers, so as a result they wouldn't just drop their equipment in favor of giving it off to someone else in a different colony. Can tune down the amount of builders we have. I would like one more Chrysler, because it did seem like we were maintaining our supply, but we were not really producing enough to be sold. Effectively, anyway. Okay, let's do one more go of the grab ability. And then go back to the world map, see if we've collected enough. Then we will return to the map and then start upgrading buildings and improving our refining speeds and stuff. Think. We even got a loot box. Or a god chest or whatever the heck they're called. So we got flame spell cost reduction 20% Dave's Crust. Nice. So now the flame spell is even cheaper. I'm a little bit worried that we'll not end up getting this organic heat trash on Sandy South completed. Unless I force it, maybe. 3 perks for domesticating 20 doggos anywhere. Holy shit. And 2100 XP. That's a good one. Because you can do that, you know. Conjure material spell amount. Oh, does that mean it creates more materials then? Huh. I wonder. Also gotta open some more loot boxes in Sandy South, so... Gotta keep our eyes open for those blue magical rings or whatever, because that's what generates them. You basically click them a couple of times, and it will generate a chest, like these are the loot chests, or a key. And the keys, they, of which we have none at the moment, the keys, they go into opening those chests, so if you don't have any keys, you go and get the chests. And I can't even remember if they do despawn over time, so as to not fill up the map with irremovable chests, because it's the only way to get rid of them too. But you can buy the keys off of the marketplace, which is one of the primary reasons to build one in the first place, since there's a bunch of stuff in those chests that are really valuable. You know, you get like iron armors, weapons, even like things that help you survive early on, like food and resources can be in them. But mostly like higher tier stuff. So in order to complete the doggo objective, because the doggos and wild animals tend to spawn further away from your village, just similar to how the corruption sort of spawns in the opposite of where you're starting. Wild animals will spawn on the outer edges of the map typically, and then wander around. And only if a villager ends up like interacting with them, or you like for wild animals like beefalo, cluckers and stuff, like those animals you can also you need rangers in order to pick up, and they can go out and pick them up. But for doggos, you're kind of stuck with having your villagers occasionally go up to them and then nuzzle them or whatever they do. They basically interact with them and they get acquainted. But you can manually pick them up with a grab spell or ability or whatever you want to call it, and put it into your settlement in order to speed up the process. Because new doggos will not spawn in until you've already tamed the ones that are on the map. So there's like a limit on how many wild animals you can have on there. And I also believe they spawned in similar to migrations happening. So if you want more doggos to spawn because of an objective, you kind of need to like beeline pursue it in order to do it. But here's what I was thinking. What can we do to reduce organic trash. I have a really dumb idea, which will work, but it's kind of dumb. What we'll do is we'll deconstruct like some of the lines of these holy potatoes here that we're growing, because deconstructing leaves less resources in return and very frequently should leave like the so-called trash that we have at organic trash. And what we can do is that we can recast motivate land in order to regrow those crops that we just destroyed, and then hopefully that way speed up the process of completing this quest. We could also like deconstruct some of this stuff out in the wilds in order to speed it up, because you know it's gonna regrow anyway on its own. Oh, here's the blue circles, by the way. And then the chests work in a way where if you click on them enough times, they will teleport closer and closer to your main building in your settlement. They have this randomness pattern to it, so sometimes it teleports a little bit further away, sometimes it's a bit closer. But what you basically want to do is to just get them in range of your influence, because if your villagers acquire a key through the marketplace or some other source, which would be those circles too, they will automatically go and try and open them with a key. And then the resources pour out, and you know, they'll automatically collect those resources for use in other places and storing them. So that's kind of how that works. Yeah, I guess we'll just forcibly generate some organic-y trash around here. Because it's not, I don't think you get organic trash from trees, because that's either trashy trash or woody trash. Yeah, we're creative on the naming there, eh? And the only other way to generate trash is by collecting the resources naturally. Then occasionally it drops down as a trash-like item. And you can take that and put it into a trash can, like your villagers will do that automatically. It doesn't matter, like all villagers will put trash in trash bins or trash cans. And then your trashers, which are assigned to these processing facilities, will take that trash to a landfill. And if you have QB golems, they will compress that trash into these cubes, treasure cube stores. And all the different types of trash can then be processed by either burning it in a burner, which will generate essence, or will be run through a processor, where it'll be recycled basically. I think this is another way to maybe get I don't know exactly what things you get, if it's like woody trash gets processed into, you know, wood, or if it's a bit more random where you don't really get to like you have no control over what it turns out to be, so any trash could become any item. I think that's the most unlikely case, but you never know unless you look it up, I suppose. But what I do hope is that these trashy cubes that we've got stored can be turned into like iron ore or ingots or something, and then that would be like an alternate source for that stuff. Since iron is always the resource that you tend to run out of the fastest. Again, because it only generates as like a secondary chance resource whenever you're harvesting stone, so unless you're continuously emptying out your stone stockpiles, your miners are very quickly gonna run out of places to store the stuff and will stop harvesting stone, and as a side effect you won't be getting any iron either, completing halting production and everything that requires that damn hard to get resource. Oh yeah, we've got this armor smithy up here. But yeah, we got like this fucking village completely like built up and optimized in no time whatsoever. Even all our roads have already long time ago been built, so I guess it's also that whole thing of getting back into the you know, the rhythm of playing this game, as opposed to like a few days ago when I started playing it again. Because although there's a lot of things that you'll remember, it's all about, like, it's a mixture between like the order in which you do things, how you set up your priorities, how many of the different buildings you build and when you build them, where you build them as well is very important. Like, for instance, just take our essence collectors over here in the forested area. They collect all the essence from all the trees that get chopped down. But the thing is, you know, you occasionally need to regrow the trees. And as a result, you don't want this forested area to be too close to the main, like this road, for instance. If this road went through that forest, it would be pretty terrible. The reason being that all our villagers, all our golems, no, not our golems actually, just our villagers that would be running along that mainline path through the village would get distracted whenever you were to cast a spell nearby, because they get like, oh my god, a miracle is happening around us, and they would stop up and like stare at it, being like dazed. And in most cases, they'll also like freak out and run around like, ah, you know, effectively not just halting whatever the fuck they were doing, but even dropping resources in place and running around in almost fear and confusion, right? So, because they did just see like a otherworldly event happen to them. It makes sense why they would react that way, but it is like, it does affect you, you know, and their efficiency. So we've got a wild rose here. I don't know if that's a mix between a goose and a boar or something. All the wild animals in this game have like really weird names. Oh, I see. It's actually, it looks a little bit like it's a large rat, because it's got like that pointy nose, small pin cushion eyes, and like a shrivelly tail. Rose. Because it seems to be like some like slight wordplay on other like normal animals, like, you know, they're not called chickens or cuckoos here, they're called cluckers, you know. And they're not called deer, they're called antlers, or something to the tune of that. I believe the antlers are at least yeah, and beefalo instead of like cows. It's a bit of a wacky game in that sense. Now we do have one problem. All our food production is down here, but we're kind of running out of space. I guess we can just cut away a bunch of this forested area for use as farmland, just like you would in real life. Human destruction and stuff. Yeah, like that fucking woodcutter just freaked out because I got a chest to appear in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't seem like there's anything else on the map that we can really like exploit. Okay. Just for good measure, let's remove this random like spread of rock reclamation here just to open it up a bit. As you can see, our pond has been expanded and is now full of water. Still in the winter it's gonna freeze over, but we have a bit of deep water out in the middle here, which is still gonna be accessible, which is nice. Always good to have that kind of stuff. Deep water, that is. Now I'm trying to build more QB golem combobulators because as far as I know they can actually operate the processors, so we can get rid of our trash faster that way and maybe get it processed rather than burned. Because it seems to be like they favor putting it into burners rather than processing the resources, and that's not good. Like, I would rather have them turn it into reusable materials than, you know, essence that I don't really need. Because we're already getting way more than we need of that kind of stuff. Let's cast some motivate land spells down here to try and regrow this crop field that we kind of fucked up earlier. We are in summer, so the motivate land spell is slightly less efficient at this time of year. It's still pretty good, but still most efficient in the springtime. And even more so during the rain again, but you know, it's not so important. Let's get some more animal pens. I would, you know, it would be nice if having upgraded animal pens would improve like the growth rate of the animals or just something animal related, because the main thing that, I mean, it kind of does because you can have more animals in store, because they are pretty much, you know, stockpiles to a certain degree. Which actually we need water buckets for these, so we put a water fountain over here that would actually help, because those can store water buckets, like it's water bucket stores. Then we reassign some builders to be water masters, because it seems like we're actually not doing a good enough job on resupplying those water fountains. Either that or we're just having like an explosive requirement for more water. Or like a supply that we can't, or demand that we can't supply enough for. Which is also possible. I believe the stats on the villagers also determine how many resources they can carry, so higher level villagers are definitely preferred. Because more carry weight, basically. Something that I kind of feel is missing from RimWorld. You know, we've got all the stats on our pawns that improve their processing speeds and stuff, but at the same time, like, their carry weight is almost static. Like, they can't train their strength, you know? They don't get more buff, so to speak. They kind of just get stronger in like a damage sense, but no, not even that, because it just influences their chance of hitting enemies, so they don't get to do more damage or get more resistance because they become hardier from the skills. Holy shit, those anthills. Oh god. What the fuck? What is this ant spam? Huh. Okay, the anthills do like despawn eventually. What about these stones though? I'm a little worried about them turning into like big nasty enemies. Okay, we have 15 years left. We can do this, guys. Come on. This choke point is a bit of a problem though. My war beast is about to be done though. Come on, sister, we got your berserker left. Do your job. Pull the rest of the team to victory. Come on. We have 12 enemies left. 10, 9. You're not doing too hot on your hit points there though. Ooh. Okay, we've got a beetle left and then these stones. What do these stones do? Good-natured fireflies hide under stones, but sometimes dangerous critters also hide under them. Okay. Okay, so it's when you destroy them, they spawn enemies. I see. Oh, okay, so you can actually just completely ignore these until the very end. Actually, that's kind of what you would want then, because until then, they don't really do anything negative towards you. Oh yeah, that's good to know. Cool. Grim, you get a paladin scroll, and Delatato gets a barbarian scroll. Okay. Let's move on to... I want to get that blue chest. So another map. Oh, these are like big buff dudes. The game realizes that we're doing well for ourselves, and now they want to challenge us. It's so hard to tell. We can cross over here, right? I think we can. Like, all this is... yeah, these are like streams of water, but all this goopy stuff is probably just... might slow you down, but I think you can just... you can stand in it. Okay. Anyways. Heist wins. And we'll check back on StreamRaiders later. Take a quick look around the map to see what's going on. Like a trash there. So basically, trash can form from also from what do you call it? Resources just deteriorating. So if I were to say grab a bunch of crops out in the wilderness, and that might actually even be a better solution, to be honest. Like, regrow your crops and then just use the grab tool to spawn in all those extra foods. And assume that it's not going to be put into stockpile, because you know you most likely won't have enough room for stockpiling a lot of food if you keep spawning it in, ramming it in. Does create a little bit of a problem. It doesn't work as well with forest though, because food just gets layered on top of each other. Yeah, we can only store 99 more foods, so we can probably fill up our stores quickly. But I don't think when you use the grab spell that it produces any trash though. So we can use this recall spell to move all the food over to somewhere else, so it clears up this you know, space around where the crops are located, so that we can actually pick up more. What time is it? Okay. I think we'll do like... okay, we'll do 2 more StreamRaiders things and then I'll call it for today. Because I do think we should get to that blue chest at least. So I don't leave you guys hanging on that one. Then I'm gonna go and make myself some food after. If you don't like that plan, too bad. So how does it work again? Yeah, so okay, so all the food that I'm grabbing off of the ground, all these vegetables, they don't count towards our stockpile until it's actually moved in there. Like it doesn't get counted towards a total until we actually move it into a stockpile. So it's a bit hard to tell like how much of our stockpile is full and how much of it is like, okay, there's like some vegetables lying around in the keep right now, so it does tell you, give you an indication that you know, you might be close to like hitting the limit of how much it can store, and hopefully it gets turned into crystally trash. That's, or not crystally, organic-y trash, which is a bit of like a weird game mechanic to like use or like make use of, I suppose, in this way. But it's kind of what you have to do if you want to get those objectives completed. Unless, I mean, you could complete it in a different way by expanding your stockpile and, you know, forcing them to collect more resources manually. Or not manually, it would be automatically, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it? But that's just like so slow that by the time you would finally be done with that objective, like all your other blocks would already be, like all the other objective blocks would provide you with something else that you need to do. And you would just never get to move on to the next map if you kept, you know, doing objectives just for that one map. Which you can do, you know, it's just not that entertaining. Because if you only settle down on one map and you just keep repeatedly doing objectives for that one, the game is kind of limited in what it can throw at you. Because even if you only have one area that you're active in, even when it comes to like sending resources somewhere, you know, everything's going to be accessible from that one area because you don't have anywhere else. Like you can't ever get a quest to send resources to an area that's not connected, right? So those objectives become very easy to do all of a sudden because, or they'll always be able to be done. Some of the more tricky ones can be like having to upgrade buildings if you have filled up your build limit, I guess. Or hiring Khajiits is going to be more tricky because when you start out on a new map, by the time you get a marketplace, there's already like there's like a starting inventory for the marketplace for a lot of things. Khajiits might not be in one of them, actually. Might be a bit harder to obtain regardless, but like if you're forced to acquire like a certain resource in like bulk or something, if you only played on one map, I guess you would be forced to produce it locally. You couldn't bank on the fact that you might like be able to just send it over from one area to where you need to do it. Like we could technically, like in order to complete this quest, if we had a lot of organic trash on another map, we could send it over to this one for processing, right? The game doesn't prevent you from doing that. That's actually a thing that it allows you to do. Wait, actually, I might be talking shit right now. I might actually be wrong on that. Hold on. Actually, yeah, I might be very wrong on that. I know you can send god dust over, but that's like a very special resource that I don't even know what you're used for. It might just be essence that's condensed into like something. Never mind, you can't. I'm talking shit. You can't send trash over. Wait, no. Why am I looking at the fucking... I'm looking at the wrong thing, too. You can send trash, right? Yeah, here it is. So yeah, you can still send trash along for other areas. Which is funny, because you can technically send all your... you could technically just outsource all of your trash using courier stations instead of treating it locally. And just send it back to your old colony, which you will most likely not ever have to return to, where it would be a problem to deal with the trash moving onwards. That being said, though, it's easier if you just treat it on site and don't bank on the hope that that you might be able to treat it elsewhere. But you know, it's options again. Different way of playing it. Just like it is like playing defensively is one thing, right? We're even getting resources from Coast Bridge still. And yeah, yes, these that's another fun thing about the golems that come over resources. When they arrive at your nearest building, they'll collapse and generate essence, actually. So just from the fact of sending courier golems over, you're actually sending essence over as well that you can pick up early game in order to get a little boost, which is a interesting like side effect of sending the golems over. And every unit killed, either your own or the enemy, will also leave essence behind, FYI. So all those units will also sort of fuel your spell casting capabilities. There's just no keys available. It kind of sucks. I also don't remember what the god dust is used for. As I said, it's like this weird thing. Good news in terms of this game, though, at least for anyone that might be curious about it, is that the developer has said that he's got funding secured. Like, that's the latest update he put on Steam. I can't even remember. I remember reading it, but I can't recall what it was in relation to. Let's see, that was on March the 16th this year. And before that, the last update was July 19th, 2020, which was a bug fix and tweaks update. Yeah, so development on Rise to Runes is not done. As he says, he is in fact continuing, and update 2 is currently in work, with update 3 and 4 already planned out. So there's like 3 more updates coming for this game. And then he goes on to talk, as far as I recall, about him, like, you know, in 2013 decided to learn to program. So it was the only remaining skill left. He did not have to make a video game. As I said, this is all developed by one person. And he talks a bit about the hurdles and all that. And then the pandemic, he mentions as well, was influential in the game development, actually. So he says, in 2020, one of the worst pandemics in human history began, and to his disadvantage, only a few months after Rise to Runes released, he was faced with an awkward problem and was locked inside his home. He needed to find proper funding for his second game, and he absolutely abhors taking money from publishers. He's a solo developer, and it's going to stay that way. The pandemic amplified the problem because it limited what he could do to solve his funding issues. And he knew that Rise to Runes profits couldn't sustain development for the multiple years needs to complete Project Mary, as he calls it. And a Kickstarter also wouldn't be right, as an already successful company running a Kickstarter for funding is bad optics, in his opinion. It's notable that he has, like, you know, some kind of moral behind his way of doing things. You know, you can appreciate that. I personally don't see why he couldn't do a Kickstarter, but that's entirely his choice. Yeah, even with full continued patch support, Rise to Runes will eventually drop under the bar. Its sale supports him. That's just how it works, unless you have a mega ultra hit like Stardew Valley, RimWorld, etc. that generates so much cash on the front end it doesn't matter. Rise to Runes still had done him well though. At the time of making this decision, he had no debts of any kind, house and car paid off in full, and over $200,000 in his savings account, right? You know, video games do pay off if you do something that people do enjoy, but it is also very hard and risky to accomplish something to that degree that you need in order to continue, you know, being successful. Something like I can relate to a bit more locally is that the city that I live in Denmark has a bit of a game development scene. It's not as big as in our capital, Copenhagen, but since a lot of educations that are relative to or can be related to game development happen around here, there's also a bunch of upstarts that have their roots in the city. And as a result, I've got to, you know, meet people during my studies that ended out eventually go on to make small game development studios, some to also release their own titles. But this one company, they called themselves Tunnel Vision Games, which were very local, and some members from there are considered very what do you call it, nice acquaintances, because I don't, you know, I don't spend as much social time with them and haven't spent as much social time with them to consider, and you know, on a daily basis, that or consider them to the same degree as, like, you know, a friend that you would talk with on a daily basis. But they're very nice people, and hanging out with them is always a good time. Anyways, so they started making their game called Light Matter, which some people might know about. It's on Steam. You can buy it there. It's got a bit of Portal like vibes to it. It's a puzzle-based game where instead of you're thinking with portals, you're thinking with light and shadows, where whenever you step into the shadows, you die. So the puzzles are all light related, so you have to put down light sources in order to traverse this facility, underground like facility that's like falling apart, and there's a story to uncover on the side, similar to Portal. You know, it's hard not to make the comparison. But they went on to make this game and release it and have success with it. I don't know how much success they had with it, but it seemed like they had a lot of success with it. I don't know about sales numbers and all that stuff. But for their own reasons, they decided to not continue working as, you know, a team in their game development studio. Now, I don't know if, you know, their team members have gone on to other game companies that are more like common household names or whatever it may be, but surely they didn't all stop, you know, developing video games. I find that hard to believe. But you know, even though you release a game and you get sales out of it and stuff, it's not every company that continues on even from then to produce video games. Not necessarily even out of financial reasons, you know. It could just be that the majority of their team members decided that they didn't want to continue the, you know, arguably stressful situation that is developing a video game on very risky foundation with potentially little amount of funds and hard to acquire, you know, funds to keep everything rolling, you know, especially starting out. So wouldn't be too surprising that that would have had massive impact on the team's decision to carry on. And then imagine being like a single person working on a video game, wanting to expand. Shit takes time. When it comes to video games, I mean, if you're releasing your first title, chances are you might not have previous experience working in a game development company. Even if you do, you might not know everything that goes into actually making a full-fledged video game to begin with. Which means that a lot of the time will be spent on working on your competences and improving those while you build the game. So in essence, making it take longer for you to develop it as an end result, right? But at the end of the day, once you're finally potentially done with that project, and if you wanted to make a new video game, you know, in most cases, if it's very different to what you've previously made, sure, you can like drag on previous and past experiences, but I mean, you can only do that for so long until you need to, or land in like a similar situation where you'll need to spend just as much time as you did last time working on new competences, new technology, or whatever it may be, in order to make that game a reality. So I could see why for small developers, why it takes so long for them to get a game out, and then before they even potentially move on to the next one. Whether with that maybe even never happening. And then there's those developers that end up making like a super popular game where you can even argue whether or not it's even possible for them to make something like another game that's even worth the risk of doing, if they can just keep working on the same game for like, you know, many years to come without having to worry about their income. RimWorld being one of them, right? Especially like now they've got DLCs coming out, like this is the second DLC we got. And could you imagine an expansion to this game, for instance? I could. The only thing is that with each expansion that you tend to release for a game, you have declining sales for each subsequent DLC that you put out. At least that tends to be what developers out there have been sharing. Like I know for a fact that Crate Entertainment, who made Grim Dawn, which is a really good ARPG. If you're into ARPGs like Diablo, you should definitely give it a go. But as they said at some point, that eventually they would have to stop developing expansion packs for Grim Dawn, because with each expansion pack they released, they saw a drop-off in the amount of sales that they made to the same game. So with, you know, it taking about the same amount of time and effort, if not more, in between expansion packs, because you also want to try and one-up the previous ones, so that, you know, it's just not more of the same, but it's like working together with what you've already released and gets people interested in it and stuff. And at some point, you know, the cost of making an expansion pack just outweighs the gain that you end up with in the end. And you need to, like, as a game company, right, in order to, or any company really, in order to survive, eventually you will need to have to consider that, you know, it might be too risky to make another expansion pack. You can't milk that cash cow anymore. And I don't know if I'm using that term correctly, but that's like a term that exists at least. Get like something that gets really popular, and then, you know, you want to milk it as long as you can in order to keep the interest there, but also to, you know, keep making money off of it. Because you gotta also remember that each sale that you do as a company doesn't just, you know, leave you with more money in the bank, but it also gives you more time to make a bigger outreach and become more well known to the rest of society, to the point where by the time you're making and releasing the next thing, you already have like a default group of people that would be interested in checking out what you're doing next. And the longer time in between these things, you know, the bigger an audience you can develop for yourself. It is also related to timing though. Because, you know, everything from the theme to the type of game that you build to the systems in your game, and that's just talking about video games, of course. Everything comes into play when you want to try and make something that's popular. Like for instance, RimWorld and sort of like set a bit of the theme for some of the newer games to come out after its success, where other game companies have tried to like make similar systems where it's a focus on the whole storytelling aspect. Because, you know, it does work. Like it helps sell the game as well. Here's this YouTuber or whatever person who played the game, and he had this story to tell about the game, where you're not necessarily talking about the game mechanics explicitly, what makes it popular, but you're talking about these experiences instead, that, oh, if you play this game, you could have this wacky ass experience happen to you. And at that point, it doesn't become about, like, end up becoming about selling the game mechanics as, you know, ARPGs. You know, it's all about, oh, we have like 1 billion abilities, we have like so and so many classes. You know, Borderlands selling themselves on the fact they have bazillions and gazillions worth of guns in there. Just as a few examples, right? Instead it becomes like, here's this really awesome framework that we made that you can use in order to have a good time and create your own experience. And each time you play it, it's going to be slightly different than what you've already tried before. Oh, and also it's got modding support with a huge modding community behind it, which, you know, just creates for a lot of potential for player agency and customization to that experience. Which is where it's like, okay, it doesn't really matter if Ludion says it's a story generator anymore, because you can mod it to the point where it becomes a game of skill, where it's no longer explicitly the storytelling part of the game that's the main focus, but rather like almost like you can turn it into a wave survival game just by installing a single mod that gives you a storyteller like AI that generates events similar to a wave survival map on Gary's mod or something, where it's all about surviving wave after wave, and each wave you survive you get resources as a reward in order to prepare for the next one. Like, that's an actual thing that you can do. And that's just, you know, really great when you can make a video game that players can sort of take ownership of and can make their own, like, the game sort of ends up having its own life outside of your expected use, so to speak. Ooh, all these golems. This is what we like to see. We are running out of people here though, which is a good thing, because it means we're getting more and more ready for the next map. And this whole area here is just like fucking full of can't really see what's going on here, but it's full of vegetables. Let's go to the map real quick though, because I'm curious to see the whether or not we've made any progress on the organic trash objective so far. We have. Okay, we're almost done with that one. Cool. Almost done all the loot boxes. This one is a bit more out of our control though, because it depends on our luck to get these freaking keys, which doesn't seem like we're gaining enough of, because I still see like many chests around. You know, you tend to get more loot boxes than keys when you're clicking those blue circles too, so, which is a good thing, because otherwise there would be no point in being able to buy the keys on the marketplace. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was some down here, 6, 7, 8 over here. 9 chests just around the base here, if not more. So you know, can definitely make do with some more keys. I'd like to see all you lovely people in here. I see you, sister. Who's also in here? A bunch of people that I don't really see that often, but or can at least recognize having seen before. That's usually how StreamRaiders tends to go. Yeah, these are level 20, so I'm a little bit worried that if these guys get too close, they'll just one-shot even our big guys. Kill it! Oof. And Grim, you get some coins. XNGVN, you get a monk scroll. And here's what you've been waiting for, the loyalty skin chest, I guess. Well, I don't know if that's what you've been waiting for. Lots of ants. No ant hills though, they're all level 1, but considering that the past map had like level 20s and stuff, I would be surprised if that wouldn't also affect us in this case. So let's make a stand here. And check back on that in about half an hour. For now though, we're back to Raise the Ruins. Apparently we had an earthquake in here or something. See a lot of structural damage. Well, the question is, does it actually matter having more than one marketplace? I still don't know. I still don't know if that actually affects, you know, how fast the stockpiles resupply. What I do believe though is that the item availability on the market is local, so it's not like if we buy all the keys over here, we would have to send them on to the next map if we wanted to have keys over there, because we wouldn't be able to purchase them, or we would, but you know, it would take time for the stockpile for the marketplace to stabilize. I don't think that's how it works. That'd be kind of wacky if it did. You never know with video games though. Could as well. But we will try making some of these marketplaces anyway. Is there anything else that we can build that would help us right now? Don't necessarily think so. I mean, we could start improving our resource collecting capabilities. Just like put down some more lumber shacks and mining facilities, but Tell you what though, we are definitely eating away at that water supply really quickly. And look, it's almost bone dry again. let's expand this water all the way up here, shall we? I think I hear they're doing sound tests, so we're gonna get another concert later today. Fucking sound tests. Just like hear those bassy tones from over here. Okay, where's the nearest fountain for these villagers out there? It's actually pretty far away. So let's do one here and there. Let's just do a rain collector nearby. We don't really need these because we have so many of these water purifiers and they have more than enough water inside them. I thought, actually looking at them, they're actually they're pretty low on water. If you'll notice, the water bucket storage is actually quite low. Surely it's not because they can't collect any water. Well, let's help them out a little bit. Because this water pool over here, if we were to expand this into a river going all the way across, which that would be an interesting project. We could do that. That would give us an infinite supply of water. And let's do something funny. Or something a little bit different. We have to do in accordance to where we are wanting to put out all these buildings though. Yeah, let's make a little river going all across. Which I guess you can also use these to actually block. If you make a trench, you can actually use that instead of a fence. That wouldn't even cost any resources now that I think about it. And it would fill up with water for usage. So it would actually have a property. And it doesn't block enemies pathing or pathing at all. But that also means that, you know, it doesn't block your build range. So you can use it to cut off like anywhere you want. Well, it does affect it a little bit, mind you, but it doesn't do it to the same degree, right? If you understand me correctly. Maybe that is actually the problem. We don't have enough rain catchers out here. So all the water is like required to be moved across. And these rain catchers, though they can collect water out of, you know, it just raining, they do have a limited stockpile. So if they're also being fought over between the different fountains on the map, yeah, then no wonder it's hard for them to keep up, because it does say we have 44,000 water, right? But just because there's a lot of water to go around doesn't mean that you have a lot of buckets available. Or drinkable water for your villagers. Oh, actually, not across like that. Just making a little bit of a shape to it. I know we could technically just like, you know, make it all nice and diagonal and stuff. Where's the fun in that? This is actually one of the... It's not like something super crazy, but I don't think I've ever done this before to the same extent. dig like a map wide trench just to get some water to always be available. There we go. The only thing now is that we need to dismantle this down here because you can't build bridges, believe it or not. That's actually not a feature in the game. Which is a bit surprising maybe to some people, but that's like something that I would wish would come in like a future update for the game. Bridges. Because water does slow down your movement. And doesn't allow for you to have a path that goes across, so bridges would actually be nice. Let's upgrade some of these buildings that we just put down. It's just like a main artery going all the way across the map. Oh, is that a doggo? It is a doggo. Remember, we still have that objective, I believe. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know if you could hear that. Just had like some phlegm get stuck again. I don't know. It's like for some reason my nose has like, or my face has felt a little bit congested over the last couple of days. But I haven't really been feeling sick per se. You know, it's not like I've had fever, it's not like I've been coughing abnormally, I haven't been sneezing abnormally, I haven't felt a lot, well, felt a little bit of discomfort, I guess. Like I had one or 2 days where I just felt like really tired and headachy, but I didn't feel like sick. Like I could think without problem. It didn't hurt to think, but it's just like also I just felt excessively tired and exhausted for no reason. There's obviously got to be a reason, you know. Your body doesn't do things like that out of pure randomness, but why that might be is a puzzle to me. That rhymes. Build that channel. If only it worked just as fast in real life, huh? And the doggo joined us. What a surprise. Okay, let's check up on the way stations here. Yeah, so we still got 12 people queued up for Women Edge and 1 person queued up for Springland, which we do have enough migratable villagers, so 1 more round of migration should do the trick. Okay, there we go, and that's all this water connected across, which is kind of cool. Could help out our water purifiers. And technically speaking, we could make like water purifiers anywhere along this line of water, and they would have an virtually infinite supply of water to go around. Of course, you know, again, being affected by and limited by the weather is like a concern, but for the most part, that's why I said virtually infinite. But yeah, basically the water purifiers, the way they work is that they have that internal water bucket stores limit, so to speak. Actually, okay, yeah, so they have dirty water buckets and water buckets of course being the purified stuff. I actually thought it was the bottom one was the dirty one for some reason. So yeah, they can store 62 buckets full of dirty water, and then it gets purified, and then it becomes the regular water buckets. And the animal pens here, as you can see, they also require a ton of water in order to function. And then these water fountains function as like a stockpile, but specifically for water, and it's like measured in water buckets too. But you can also see how like 99 buckets of water is 3,960 water. So when the game tells you you have 51,000 total water, and you know 4,000 basically is located in a single large fountain, then 51,000 all of a sudden doesn't sound like a lot, you know? It suddenly means that you don't really have as much water as you thought you might. And that can end up becoming a little bit not misleading, but lead to a false sense of security in a large colony on like mid to late game stuff in a map, because you're seeing those excessively high numbers, but then winter comes around and you have like, you say like, oh yeah, I have like 20,000 water in stockpile, and then a few days go by and then it's all gone because all your water froze over and there's nowhere else you can get water from, because even triggering a thunderstorm just makes it snow, and the snow in this game doesn't get converted into water, like drinkable water. So in that case, you're just shit out of luck. Because if you run out of water in those cases, the only thing you can do to save yourself, or save your colony, would be to go to another map to sort of pause the problematic area in hopes of sending the necessary supplies over in terms of bottled water or whatever it may be, until you have enough to get you through winter, and then survive that way essentially. I want to try building some of these water purifiers, yeah, just because we can. I'm actually thinking we could be cheeky and have like a water supply go all the way up here. Let's at least mark it out as like a thing. Let's do here. I know we don't need to cover all of this in water, but I'm curious to see what it would look like at least. Got like some weird ass roads right there we don't really want. I think that might be a leftover from the buildings that used to be here, or I dismantled the shit out of them. Abigail Adams has prepared to leave the village. It's kind of wild how differently I play this game these days. Because in the past I would have like trouble like surviving and getting to the point of upgrading like the main building, for instance, to a large castle, which is its final upgrade, you know. But now it's like, it just sort of happens on its own while I'm, like, you know, while I'm already taking out the corruption. So curious how those god perks really change the difficulty of the game. But also, you know, the way that you play it definitely helps. Or it can make it harder, depending on how you look at it. It is kind of weird that there's these gray lumps of land out in the void that you can't access. To my knowledge, these maps were all like handmade, right? I mean, they would have to be. There's no way all of this was randomly generated. It's way too like specific. Like these rock formations, when you look at the map, right? They look very artistic. To make it look a bit more fantasy-esque, I guess. And textured, if that makes any sense. So it's almost like the minimap on every region or level is like a small painting that the developer also wanted to make look good. Like when you go to the southwestern part of the world map, those areas tend to have like forests that make these swirly patterns. They look really good. But also like gives you this idea, like this sense that those areas are a lot like more magical or something. I don't know, that's at least the sense that I get. Okay, we're getting understaffed because we're sending our people away to other places. And then immediately get a bunch of extra people. Okay. Surely we have processed enough organic-y trash at this point. Surely. Let's go and see. Okay, resurrect 4 ghosts in Sandy South. Well, that's the map we're on. It would be an easy objective to force, but I'd rather not deal with it. I'd rather just start generating a new one to give us a better quest. +1 second min spell duration. Oh, that's actually really good. The min spell is something that I definitely do use on occasion, so that actually does make for something good. I don't know if we're going to be able to open these 10 loot boxes though. Like we're so close, but given the amount of god XP and it giving us 1 perk might not be worth it. Because Springland is almost ready to be colonized. From, you know, my subjective opinion. So we can almost start the next session with like the colonization of a new area, which is really good. And this game seems to have like that perfect like mix of, or pretty decent mix of things happening, but also giving me time to like talk about other topics and stuff without it becoming like you know, mentally hard to keep track. It doesn't take too long to beat a map and move on to the next one, so it doesn't quite like, you know, there's always something happening at least for the most part. Granted, right now, you know, we're just sitting around waiting for these people. Abigail has departed for Springland. So Springland is ready to be colonized. Not too worried about the resources, whether or not we've sent them all out to like the different areas in terms of what we want to. And there's the daily things as well. We can see here we've only got like 207 going to Springland, 158 going to Wyvern Edge. Whereas in comparison, when we went to this map, we had 500 resources or something going along. But that's perfectly fine. I don't think we need to worry about that, honestly. How are we even doing on the ironing out situation? Wait, did I never... Huh. I don't think I ever added ingots. Nope, I did not. That's a bit more helpful. Okay, so we have 400 ingots in here, which is at this point really only being used on the tool smithies to produce tools. And you can see that our 2 toolsmiths are hard at work trying to convert it all into something useful. Because other than that, iron is like used for upgrading buildings, mainly like housing for your people. Like these reinforced quality housing, they do require a lot of iron in order to be built, including some other things. Now, of course, these QB golems require ingots in order to even be made, because they're technically iron golems, I guess. But they're not like, you know, which is like the QB golem will produce a trashy cube in the bar full. Oh, okay, so they pick up trash and put it in themselves, just like Wally does. Hence the name, right? I mean, I expected as much, but kind of funny. It's a bit weird to me that these trash processing facilities are still so empty, though. Why they're not being operated. Not entirely sure why. Maybe it's because the priority on the burners is higher than the processor, so they just never get around to it. Because ultimately they should prioritize these higher than everything else. We do have like 7 people working on these, so... But then again, I guess if there's no trash to be processed, which... I mean, there is in the landfill, there's like 300 of this stuff. So it's not because they don't have stuff to process either. You can scratch your head at that, I guess. But yeah, I don't think there's any point in trying to... starting to colonize the next area already today, because we're at the end of the stream and it would just make for like a weird cutoff. So let's see. Yeah, we've got 4 minutes till StreamRaiders countdown, so I'll just wait that until then, and then we'll end the stream nice and quietly and call it a day. I do hope that we do beat that map, though. It would be a bit of a shame if people like stayed around for all the build up to that level with the blue chest, and then we don't get enough units placed down to actually, you know, win that map. It does happen, though. But hopefully not this time. Now we've got this river going on down here, which, yeah, the farms, they can use dirty water bucket stores, dirty water, so if I assign this for like harvesting, then that would be closer to where this established farm is located. Oh no, where are the other farms again? So they're like, yeah, they're in here. It doesn't really matter, they've got like a mainline road going all the way over there. What happens if we do this? Be like freaking cement one of these farms. I can't remember. I assume they'll still be able to grow crops in there, because otherwise, why would you be able to put down a road? It might be that they would remove the roads in favor of planting down the crops, but you never know. Definitely never know. Because the pathways would be created, you know, automatically, regardless of whether or not I want to. You just look down here. Oh, this is pathway. But I don't know if you can pave the ground underneath and it still works. I assume it will work, but let's see. Because it would actually make it faster to operate these farms if that were the case. Since they need to go around inside the farm to distribute the water. It's how all the buildings work when resources are being stored, so... Having these internal roads actually do help on efficiency. It is expensive to pave down your entire village, though. So, like, paving down all the, like, internal areas. Like, on the bottlers here, it makes sense, because they walk in order to process, and this is like an ongoing task that's repeated over and over and over again. And that's also why, like, having those paths that generate automatically, like, is kind of nice. Because you can use that as, like, an indicator to where you might want to build down a road that's upgraded. Now, all roads will deteriorate over time, but I can't remember if the higher tier they are, if it takes longer, but that's why you have the Waymaker Shack. Their job is also, apart from building the roads, to maintain them. So they make sure that they don't deteriorate. Which, if you start having roads that deteriorate, it's either because you don't have enough Waymakers, or you've queued up too many roads to be maintained / built, and they're just being like... you know, their attention is being spread out too thinly. And they can't keep up with the amount of work. Anyways. That's the Rise to Ruins colony for today. So let's go to StreamRaiders and finish that off first. We do only have 13 units, so I'm a little bit worried, you guys. Not gonna lie. Don't know why people would put so many units in on the map leading up to a blue chest and then not participate on the last map for the day. But, oh well. Hopefully this is gonna work out, otherwise we'll just have to do this at the start of the next stream. And that's a lot of ants. Hopefully my heals on my unit can help us. I think we'll do it. We'll do it. Okay, we did it. Whew. It does get me a little bit worried when we're that few, but Grim, you get 200 gold coins. Congratulations, my dude. Put those to good use. And that's StreamRaiders for today. Now before we end Rise to Ruins and end the stream, let's just go and check on the world map situation to see if there's anything there that we need or to take care of or whatever. I think that's a good way to always end the stream. Yeah, it's just a little bit of progress. I mean, we went out here not too long ago, so a day hasn't even passed. We're almost done with the loot boxes objective. I might even go to like Coast Bridge quickly next stream, because I think we have like a couple of keys just sitting here. And we can just spend a day to send those over to Sandy South. Get the loot boxes done really quickly. And then by the time that happens is done, we can go to Springland and start a new colony. Or we could also do one of the others up here. Because, well, actually, I don't know. See, the thing is, if we do Springland first, which is going to be the easiest due to 50 people incoming, we can send, you know, we just need to send 30 people to Narrow Path for 50 people over here to be en route, and they'll come from both directions. So we'll get more people? I actually don't know if we will get more people because they're coming from two different areas. Oh well, that's for us to figure out in the future. With that said though, thanks for watching everybody, And if you see this on the VOD and so forth, come by and have a chat. I would love to hang out with you. And with that,